Yo, 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 yo. What's going on, peoples? All right, so we got our 1K celebration. You know what I mean? And we are going to do viewer's choice. This is anything that you guys want to discuss. Could be any topic. We're going to do, at the moment, conspiracies for the first hour. We're going to have a special guest pop in a little later. Yeah, the celebrations. Let's get it going. Let's go. All right, let's go to my intermission page here. All right, so guys, welcome. So we're gonna get it. We're gonna start off with the top here and everything. Whatever. Let me get it right. Now, we could keep going from what happened yesterday because I feel that that topic was kind of like deep and everything. There's a whole bunch that can be discussed. If you guys want to pop in and you have access to the voice chat, please pop on in. If you're not in the Discord and you'd like to be, so you could be featured in some of the panels that we have, more than welcome to go into the Discord using this link here that I'll put in if you're not already in. For today, if you guys want to contribute, just pop on in, type hey, what's good? I mean, no retreating. Sorry. I would like to stay as BVaz. Clans are not a thing I like to do, unless it's Rocket League clans. I mean, you know, you might have my interest because I've been soloing a lot of my 2v2s. So yeah, there's more information that I've been looking at. A lot of folk are having the same kind of thought process I was having yesterday regarding the whole UFO stuff. So, I mean, it's up to you guys, like how you want to perceive and everything. But I did see some people wanted to discuss like 9/11 and like those kinds of things. Nothing's off the table. I mean, you can even go fringe. I mean, like, I don't mind. We can talk about all of it. So going from here, let's take this time to talk about like what's going on with this stream, particularly why it's, you know, this celebration, right? We hit 1,000 subs a while ago. I mean, like all along. DTW. We hit 1,000 subs a while ago. The only problem is I still hadn't done anything for the 500, right? So now I have to do something for the 1,000. So here's what it is going on. So for the first hour, if you guys, with I would say about 3:30 or 3:45, between those two times, I'm gonna put some stuff in the chat for you guys to be part of it. The only way you guys can contribute is you have to be subscribed. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. If you are watching from Kick, if you're watching from Twitter or X, jump on into YouTube if you have an account, because it's the only way to partake in what's going on. All right. You have to have channel points, and the only way to get those channel points is you have to be a subscriber. You have to have liked the channel. You have to have chatted. All right. You have to have watch time. So the longer you do it, the more points you accrue, which then will give you points to redeem. And we're going to be doing that today. All those points you guys have from watching my content or being on part of the live stream and contributing, you get to redeem those today. So we're going to do 3 of them in the next half an hour to 45 minutes. Hello, Just Jackie. I know. Hey, thank you. I would like, Just Jackie, if you're going to pop in, stay in the chat a little bit. In a half hour, we're going to do something, okay? I'm just going off the top right now, just making sure we're doing stuff. Again, if you're watching from other platforms, come to the YouTube, give a sub, give a like. Even if you do a super chat, it gives you channel points. Like these things all accrue. Memberships also. So if you're a member, you get a multiplier too. So memberships, you can gift them. You can also join singly, like as a single one. I believe it starts at $2.99 for single. And if you have these, you have a multiplier accrual. So if you ever want to see what your points are, I believe you can hit exclamation points, and I think it will tell you. I think it's exclamation points or loyalty. I think it's exclamation loyalty or exclamation points. Yeah, I think it's loyalty. Hang on, exclamation loyalty. If you do exclamation loyalty, it'll tell you the amount of points that you have accrued. And you'll be able to use those to redeem. You could also use those same channel points to do other things too. You can use it to do this thing that's little games in the stream labs that it gives you like a heist. It gives you like yeah. There you go. So that's how many channel points you got. We call them Dragon Shards here because I'm a Dragon Ball fan. Don't hate. Dragon Ball is the greatest anime of all time. So no cap. So yeah, this is how it's pretty much going to go off the top. Just make sure everybody. Oh, thank you. Are my alerts muted? Thank you, Just Jackie. Oh my gosh. It was super sticker. Thank you. I don't understand why the super stickers don't pop up. That's craziness. Hang on, let me give that a like there. That's pretty fire. That's so cool. Oh, thank you. Let's open up this thing here, because then I'll be able to. That's awesome. All right, y'all. So now that you did that, Jackie, you have accrued points. Just so you know, it's going to help you do what we're going to do here in the next, I'd say 13 minutes. No, 23 minutes. We're going to open it up. You guys are going to be able to do redeeming from in there, and all fun's going to break loose. Great time. So let's go into the conspiracy stuff. All right, so I'm a big conspiracy nut. All right, for this first hour, it's like what I was watching a lot of in my thing is like I'll watch Ancient Aliens. I'd watch Sightings. I don't know if you know about that, but that thing used to come on the Sci-Fi Channel. I would watch the X-Files. I was always very curious about these things. Then there was like Paranormal State I would watch. There was another one with this guy named Josh. Gosh, what the heck is his name? His first name was Josh. I can't remember his last name for some reason. But Destination Truth. I don't know if you ever checked out that, but that was a good episode. Like the guy would go through around the world looking at stuff, paranormal and everything, anything pretty much. It kind of like built up in the like 20 plus years. I was always interested in this. So with all that, this is how I, have my conspiracy kind of library is all filled with that. There's interdimensional beings. Yes, Jehu, we are back at it again. Thank you. So there's conspiracy theories. I'm big old nut on those with paranormal stuff, interdimensional beings, with supernatural stuff, the UFO and the UAP, how they're called now. Scott said something here and I missed it. Let me go back and look at it. I seen a clip yesterday about the Air Force and the Tic Tac size UAP that was doing crazy turns, speeds, and acceleration. Yes. So with the Air Force one, hang on, let me well, this music in the background is kind of distracting me. I don't want to hear it. And with the Tic Tac, right? The way they were describing it is they had like a kind of they had it centered, and they were having trouble capturing it on the radar to center it because that's how fast they were saying it was going 10,000 knots or something like that. They were measuring it in knots, and it went for a quick 3-4 seconds, and it stops, and then they had to stop and like retract the camera, and then it picks up again. It stopped for a second, then it went again, but then it changed its direction, and then it went into the water. They were like, we just saw it go into the water. So those UAPs, that's why the theory of them being in the ocean is kind of like the biggest what do you call that theory? The largest theory is that they are living amongst us underneath our ocean, and we haven't explored that because we can't explore it. So again, back to the background. There's the demonology stuff. There was a lady, Lorraine Warner, I believe it was Warren. No, Lorraine Warren. So Ed and Lorraine Warren, the Warrens, you ever heard of them? They're being big in the controversies with how they do their paranormal activities, how they go and investigate them, how they go and do their exorcisms and whatnot. Like, these guys have made the Conjuring series, right? So I would always be interested in that. Although, I'm an atheist, I don't mess with interdimensional beings. Like those things exist. So I don't know about possession, but I do understand like the mind can be hacked in a way. So going off of that, so these are the things that I have for conspiracy theories. So let's go ahead, and from here I'll go ahead and open up my Grok, because I love my Grok. Grok is better than Gemini, y'all. Just so y'all know, Grok's top 10 on the AI side. But I would like to know currently, today, let's do top 10. Yeah, let's do top 10. Let's see, what are the top 10 conspiracy theories? Ooh, in history, that seems like going in history with details as to why they are. Ooh, so prompts are great. All right. Reason why we want the top 10, because there's a multitude and everything, and then we want to know why, so then we can help build our case as to, do we agree or disagree, and what's my take on it. So going through all this here with Grok's going to be our little searcher. It's going to be our librarian and grab out all the catalog stuff. All right. So we have our top 10 conspiracy theories in history, right? So conspiracy theories often emerge around significant historical events, offering alternative explanations involving secret plots, powerful groups, despite lacking credible evidence. Yes. They persist due to distrust in official narratives, psychological needs for certainty, or misinformation. Below is a compiled list of top 10 most famous ones. Okay, let's go ahead and look at this. The moon landing hoax. Ooh, that's nice. So this theory right here, it says, claims NASA faked the Apollo 11 moon landing in a studio to win the space race against the Soviet Union, citing evidence like waving flags in a vacuum, inconsistent shadows, and no stars in photos. It's a conspiracy theory because extensive scientific data, including lunar samples, laser reflectors still in use, and third-party verifications, i.e., example given Soviet tracking, confirm the landings. Independent experts have debunked all claims attributing anomalies to physics and photography. So, for this part, I don't see it as, hey, what's up, Mondo? A nuclear war killing the Anunnaki and previous advance of civilizations is fascinating too. The fact that they found glass and sand by the pyramids, signs of nuclear war. It's interesting. Ooh, we could look into that one too. Let's look into that one, Mondo. Let me take this. I'm going to copy that. Well, I can't copy it. So we're going to go to here and we're going to type in Anunnaki nuclear. All right. I'm going to keep that there. All right. So this here has been the claim for a long time. Now, why the moon landing hoax, they feel this is a hoax, is because of these claims, right? They're talking about waving flags in a vacuum. Well, there's a reason why it's saying that, right? The flag, when they showed it propping up, it was on two metal, like they had a metal spoke to keep it, to make the flag extend. And the flag would just drop, right? If it did not have that metal piece. What was making it look like it was waving was the astronaut touching it and everything and trying to kind of fix it and plant it in the ground. That force, even though it's in a vacuum of space, that still translates onto the actual object. So let's go ahead and see if we can find that on here in YouTube, because they would have to have it, right? Oh, look. Oops, we got somebody we've been searching on. Don't mind that one, y'all. Moon, let's see. Flag on moon with metal pole. All right. Right here. So, as you can see, there's a metal flag. So let me also go into an image search. So you can see that metal pole. And if the flag, this is how the flag would look if the metal pole wasn't there across. Because there's a metal, they have metal there, that's where there was movement, is because even though it looks like this, it would still have some type of movement. Because in space, there's still some type of solar winds, you know, there's still stuff, resistance. We are moving in space. I don't know if you guys have seen like how we are moving through space, but that video looks pretty interesting. How does our solar system move through space? This is the theory that they had found out. We're moving away from the center of the Big Bang. And the sun is moving straight, and we're all going like this. So again, you're going like this across, and the planets are all going like that. That's how this theory is. Believe in the Scott Hall. I believe in Scott Cross. Did someone like get a different Scott Hall? Scott Hall, what's going on? You got a detractor. Oh no. we have religious nuts here, Scott Hall. So we're flying through the vacuum of space like this. All right, this is the Earth going around, and the sun is like centered, and we're all moving through there. Shout out to the bad guy for real. So with all that's going on, of course you're going to get some type of like, we may not feel it per se, right? Unless we have something that's faster than that, and then we'll feel it. But the inertia is kind of funny how that works, right? Because like as long as we're traveling as fast as that object, if the object stop moving, we'll all fly off the planet. But because we have gravity, everything stays intact. Interesting enough, right? But that's the theory of space. Like things, we're moving through it, we're expanding outward. You know, and we're not in a fixed position where people think we are. We're not. We're actually moving farther away faster than what we originally thought. They've actually found that also there are other galaxies older than what they theorized for the Big Bang. They found it over 14.3 billion. So they found like almost 15 billion year old galaxies with the new telescope they put out. Concrete the Door says, so the new model sounds cool, but it's still new to me. Seems wild. Yeah, exactly. Hello.
Yo.
What's up, Scott? You got a detractor, man.
I like it.
You like it, right?
Kind and nice. So, they come here and say, Scott Hall doxed Holly or some crazy shit.
Oh my gosh, no, I wouldn't do that. That's funny. That's accusatory stuff. We don't do that here. We don't accuse people. We just call people out on the facts of the case. We go off of what they say.
On to the next.
On to the next. Care less about those people's. What is it? How's it go?
The new
go and super chat another channel.
Yeah, super chat another channel. Okay. Say again.
The new model sounds cool, but it's still new to me and seems wild. What's the new model?
Well, this is the model that they came up with. This was like 4 years ago almost. That the sun travels through space, and we are rotating around it as it's speeding away from the center of the Big Bang in a circle.
Yes.
Yeah. So
correct. We're expanding basically,
yes,
like a big old balloon.
Yes.
And if you think about it, if you put a dot on the balloon and then start blowing it up,
mm-hmm.
the way it expands, just the way the dot moves is going to, it's going to be wild because
it's relative to the expansion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy. And then when you talk about how we rotate the sun, if you zoom out and just look at, it seems like everything's rotating everything.
Yep.
Like we're rotating the sun.
I'll get the video then.
Which is rotating Saturn, which is rotating this.
Yep. I'll get the video on it. Here, let me go to
and
video.
You briefly mentioned gravity, which just plays a humongous part in everything.
Yep.
Smash Bros is on Uber Eats.
Oh no, Smash Bros.
Get a buy one, get one double bro. Only on Uber Eats.
We don't like
Enjoy
Uber
24-hour access at most Planet Fitness clubs. $1 down.
Yeah. I gotta sign up for it premium, but this is not through YouTube.
Bro, I like. Come on, man. It's not like you didn't get enough donation or anything.
Yeah, you're right. I gotta do that. All right, so here is the planets rotating around the sun. This is the sun, right? But it's actually not. It's not in a fixed position. So it's moving at 70,000 kilometers per hour. This is the theorized version of what they came out with this model. So they're going to show you going straight across with the planets moving just like that. That actually makes a whole heck of a lot more sense when you're looking at this model in this way, in a vortex, because of how the expansion is happening, how Y objects are able to just stay in where they are because they're actually being pulled. The sun's pulling the planets. It's not the planets are revolving because there's a bending of the space. No, they're being strung along. They're being yanked, and it's in a fixed plane. It's not going up or down. If it does anything, it wobbles. It's in a wobble state, but it's just flying through space, and it's interesting. It's an interesting model that it shows a lot of like how quantum computing has changed how we look at our solar system, how we look at space, how we look at the Big Bang. Actually, it's changing a lot of theories. Go ahead, Scott. Sorry. Scott. You cut out, Scott. I can't hear you. Okay. So let's see. Inconsistent shadows. So inconsistent shadows. Why they're saying inconsistent shadows is because of the sun. The brightness of the sun, right? And then the fact that the moon is not reflective of where the sun's position is, right? It's like, okay, well, the moon is sitting here, but why are the shadows going this way? And it's like the sun is directly in front of them, but the shadows are going this way. Got to remember that the sun and the earth is in front of the sun at certain times of the day. And the sun is behind the moon at certain times of the day. The moon goes in a circle with no rotation around the earth. It rotates once every 28 days in a full circle, right? That's why there's different positions of the moon, because the sun is in different parts of the shadow of the earth. It makes the moon either a full moon where the sun's directly pointing at it and it reflects down. Think of the moon as like a mirror. And if you have a mirror shining a light, it's going to reflect off of that and bounce it in a different direction. So if it's bouncing light in a different direction, your shadow is going to be cast in a different place. Look at like lights above your head. Okay, if you've ever been in a dark place and you turn on the flashlight and you've pointed it at yourself, you could change the shadow direction by the light source, right? But think of the sun as a giant light source, all right? For what we see perception-wise, how we look at it, it looks smaller as we are further away. But in reality, it's massive, okay? It's that big. So let me get this right. We were created by the Big Bang. We are a spinning ball moving at thousands of miles per hour. Aliens are real. The sun is pulling the earth. Yeah. Isn't it awesome how these like scientific theories get proven right sometimes, and then it just makes more sense as to how these things are moving through space? It's interesting. Space is weird. We gotta like really understand it before we do anything. We can't just go into space until we fully understand what's happening in it. So again, the bouncing of the light. Also, the moon has no atmosphere, so no light is being reflected back. It's receiving everything. So when you see those things and you see a different shadow being casted over a place, it's just only because you're missing the atmosphere, which helps kind of like take the rays and ice and kind of like how would I say, what was that word? It focuses the light to go in one direction because there's particles in the air that are like water. And water kind of like spreads. When you put the light through water, it takes the spectrum and it kind of spreads it out. You know, it's like putting it in a crystal and take that, and then all the light prism just makes all the colors. It separates the UV into the separate, was it 8? The 8 color spectrum. So it does that, or 7, 8 or 7, I can't remember. So that's just reflection. That's nothing we can do about that. It's just like, even if they try to do it the most perfect way, you're always going to see an additional shadow casted. But because of how massive this thing is, you got the Earth bending that light too because of its mass, and then you got how the light's reflecting off the moon itself, because the surface of the moon is like a giant mirror reflecting light. So we have no stars in photos. All right, y'all. Have you ever tried to take a photo at night and realized that the photo didn't have anything in it? Well, there's a reason why. If you try to take a picture of the night sky with a flash on, not the night sky without the flash, no, with the flash on, that flash is going to pretty much negate all the stars' brightness. That's what's happening when the Earth and the moon is not being blocked by the sun. Like, so you got the moon, Earth, sun, right? During the time of the Apollo mission, it was Earth, moon, sun. Sun was reflecting onto them. So when they went to take a photo in the background, that's light from the sun on the surface of the moon, like having a giant flash. Everything gets, like, the light's low. It's a low light. They're looking at 100% UV. It's right in their back of their heads. That's why they have the visors on, to filter that light.
Hey.
You're not going to catch. Hey. Well, hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Sorry, I just got off work.
You're good. No worries. I'm just talking about, how the evidence of the moon landing hoax didn't happen. I'm just mentioning, like, how these things could be possible. So we got a couple of people chatting.
I love that one, but I've been really engulfed in the FogVid 24 theory recently. Have you heard about that?
The fog?
FogVid 24?
Is that the one where that really fog that came out of nowhere, like
it actually suggests that all of the dense fogs across America were actually semi-chemical releases by the government.
Ooh, interesting. We have to look at that. We have Captain Ridiculous said, "Can you imagine being part of a self-aware civilization when the sun ends its life cycle to the point it interrupts life on its planet, and you realize the galaxy is on its way out?" Oof, yeah. To be that last people to see that, it's crazy. Concrete Door says, "Matter and gas ignited by the Big Bang. It's always been there." Yeah, that's true. All right, so you said, let me write that down here. What is it called again?
FOGVID -24. Yeah.
Oh, like COVID?
Kind of, but except it's spread through the fog.
Interesting.
Yeah, I've been really in depth with that one, and then the Karzarian Mafia theory, but that's a whole other show.
All right, so let's do the fog vid. Let me grok it real quick. We'll duplicate this tab. All right, so tell me. Let's do new chat. All right, let's tell me about the fog vid. 24. There was this part of the fog. It was like really. So then what created gas and matter? Nothing always existed. There was nothing that was created. This stuff was always there. And another theory that was being put out, because I watched Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson was talking about how a black hole will suck in everything, right? And it would create these things called quarks. Now, anytime a quark is destroyed, it creates another quark. And they're like, well, if you create enough of them, enough energy builds up and then creates an explosion. And the theory is we are inside of a universe that's been absorbed by a black hole.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it had like started when it was like back in 2024, and it actually started like off of social media, and they were like, it's this winter fog that never goes away, and then it was like toxically engineered and all this other stuff. Well, then it was funny because it kind of tapered off, and then all of a sudden, you know, people were talking about all these new variants of COVID, and then they were like, well, recently in 2025, now there was like proof of like when a bunch of different fogs came through last year, like dozens and dozens of people got deathly sick, and no one could understand why. And when they got blood work back and toxicology screens, there was like trace minerals of all kinds of different toxins in them that they've never even heard of.
Okay. All right. I do remember a part of when I think it was like you were saying, it was like April, May, June, that there was this really, really thick fog. It looked like I don't know if you ever played the game Silent Hill, but it looked just like it. It was just a fog that you can't see anything. And I was pretty like, whoa, this is not the norm. And it was lingering for days. So I mean, I'm not sure if the fog vid is like actually something it has any validity to it, because from what Grok is showing, Grok is not saying that it holds any weight, because the main things that they're talking about is that it says thick and lingering, having strange chemical metallic burning smell, then an immediate flu-like symptoms after exposure, like headache, sore throat, and brain fog, headache. You got weird residues, goo, foam particles mixed in rain, and people are alleging that it's a biological weapon test.
Some people were trying to call it, smart dust. I was just about to say that, and it was like causing illnesses and everything. And then meteorologists like hurried up, like it was like all of a sudden there was like a bunch of meteorologists coming on, and like they were forced to come on, and they were like, no, it's it's just a baseless thing that can happen. And they're like, and it's just never been known, that it can cause pneumonia and seasonal fogs and winter illnesses. Like they all of a sudden were like, and it can cause this, when people were like, why haven't we ever heard of this from years and years and years past?
Right. Yeah. And then there's the whole thing where they put seeding, right? I think it's called seeding. So there's that and everything. The chat's saying that Conclave the Door says he doesn't trust Neil. We're Here says, then what created existence? That's a good question. Not sure. Who created arrogance? Not sure. Concrete the Door says, what if the government had a huge party and left the fog machine on? That would be funny.
Right.
DJ Whitehouse leaving the fog machine on. Just Jackie's like, I've never heard of snow melting causing air pollution in my life. Okay, Jackie, I'll tell you this. Snow emits a chemical that could actually kill you. If you ever been in like extreme cold and whatnot, you can't really breathe the air, especially when you go into like Mount Everest and whatnot. They don't recommend you bury your head in snow. Okay, because if you try to bury your whole head into the snow, there's chemicals that are released that actually make you, oh snap, we got gifted memberships, y'all. Let's go. You guys saw the animation pop up there? That's how we do it. Good job, man. Nice. You got Jackie became a member. All right, Natsuki became a member. We got Tiffany that became a member. Quee Fedora became a member. GG's there, Scott. Yeah, so there you go, Scott. It's working. It's working. Nice, y'all. So yeah, he's being real generous. Chemtrail. Yeah. So wait, so let me get this straight. The government is throwing Diddy parties to use fall as chance possible. And then you got an old co-worker of mine 9 years ago fell down chemtrail rabbit hole and started acting weird around her family, and she doesn't take custody of her, doesn't have custody of your kid, but meth may played a role as well. Oh my gosh, that's terrible, man. And yeah, so just Jackie, there's emitting, there's a smoke. I don't know what the chemical is, but if you ever heard of avalanche victims ever getting buried under the snow, they only have a limited time to go and rescue them. So you have to go and do what like if you ever get in that situation, you need to immediately get your head out of there. You have to, because of the chemical that's released. It can kill you. Of course, they're throwing tea parties. That's what the fogs, they hide them. Oh my gosh, Scott, how do I change from my iPhone? It would give you a notification in the you have been gifted a membership. It'll say click here. It will show you like a click learn more or something, and then you would click on that link and it will tell you enable memberships from in there. Okay, so FOGvid, what actually happened? So fact checkers and meteorologists, they actually looked into it. It's like an intense weather. So let me get this right. I'm engaging in the chat and no get the membership. Oh man, we're here. I don't know why that wasn't a thing. It's randomized, you know, like it's RNG. You have to pray to RNGesus. Okay. Here, look, pray to RN Jesus, just like that. Pray to him, and you'll get your membership. Captain Cleveland membership notification. You can send you the settings to allow it. Exactly, Queef. You have to click on it. It's because I am in the. Let's get this right guy. It's because let's get this right guy. Yeah. Yeah, okay, good job, Captain Ridiculous. Good job. Y'all should have some badges now. All but we're here. Sorry, you got left out. Sorry about that. So, dense advection, fog or sea fog rolling inland during warm, humid weather conditions with temperature inversions. Yeah. So that makes a lot of sense because hey, Hawk Smash, thank you for showing up, but you got to get the membership. Ding. Yo, new animations, y'all. Doesn't that look great? It's beautiful. See, that's how you elevate, right? We bring up things in this channel. We always change it for the better. So that does make sense. I used to live in Florida, so this is something that would happen. Like if you have sometimes you have some fog that's on the oceans, and it will just kind of just slowly make its way over to the land. When it gets to land, it settles until the sun hits it, creates like a dew. And when the sun hits it, that fog starts to rise and goes up into the clouds, right? As it's rising, the more intense it is, the thicker the fog. If there's more humidity, like let's say 90% humidity, would create a dense fog. Driving well, let me get this right. You are talking about others wanting handouts. Sounds like someone in the chat. I wonder who. I'm not sure we're here. Who's wanting handouts? We're here. All right. So then the fog simply trapped normal air pollutants like vehicle exhaust, industrial emissions, which may smell weird in irrigated lungs and eyes, especially during heavy flu, RSV, COVID season overlap. Okay. So the fog itself, yeah. Where is probably where here is probably ski. Yeah, it's sad though that he's afraid to show his face here. He's got to use an op. It's so funny and sad at the same time. You figure the guy would be brave enough to show his face. Yeah. It is what it is, y'all. Like we got sad people that have no life. Their whole goal is to create sock accounts and pop in. I think you should be more worried about your homie there, Ski. I don't think DJ is doing too good. he's down bad. Serious, got to do gig work. His accounts took an L though. That's funny. So that does make sense that they trapped the air pollutants, right? With the fog. I do know that these things have been happening lately because of how much pollution and everything's in the air, and it doesn't really go away. It just gets absorbed back into the earth. Yeah, go buy some Express. Yeah, go do that, dude. It's like you're wasting your time over here. Oh gosh. And it would get stuck inside because those pollutants, they don't escape the atmosphere. They go right back in. They either go back in as in the soil, go back in the water. So it does make sense that kind of would come in and get trapped into that because they kind of bond in there. And the smell part, I'm not sure. It might be like a bacterial thing, but I know bacteria could create smells. Yeah, and it would irritate the lungs and everything, so people would get sick and have those brain fogs and stuff. But why would you want to breathe it? Just put yourself in a position where you can cover up or stay indoors and all that, like where you don't have to smell all of it. It's interesting. Get like a air purifier so that way it can bring it in and absorb it in those HEPA filters and blow out clean air. So it says no evidence of anything toxic, engineered, or unusual beyond everyday pollution and weather. Air quality data shows typical moderate, and health agencies, the CDC, EPA, never flagged a widespread fog-related outbreak. Yeah. All right, so social media kind of like made this bigger than what it was. They kind of took all this and changed it into conspiracy and panic. People still think of it and they joke about it. That's what's happening.
Sorry about that.
It's fine. You're good. There's a very low risk of humanity survive literally 2 ice ages. Yeah, I mean, we won't survive a nuclear war though. It's all good. So I was just reading up, Holly, on like what causes this with the fact checkers and everything. They were talking about that the dense fog was rolling inland from warm, humid weather. Mm-hmm. And then it kind of created a temperature inversion. So like if you have a cool night with a lot of dense fog rolling in from the sea, it kind of like goes and settles in the ground. Mm-hmm. And then when the sun hits it, it grows and it turns into a gas and it lifts in the air. But if you have enough humidity, it gets thick and dense. So they're saying that the pollutants and things like vehicle exhaust and all types of things got trapped in the fog, which then people who were in the fog, they got sick. And that's what their explanation of it is.
I think it's bullshit.
Yeah. So we're here says, let me get this right. Humanity survived not one, but 2 ice ages after the Big Bang. Maybe more. There are 2 we can track. We're here. Step your trolling up, please. Very boring questions. Yes, very boring. Your questions need to be elevated. All right. So we'll go back to the top 10 conspiracies here. The JFK assassination, 1963. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Before we begin, let me do something real quick. I gotta open up something. Let me go in here and. All right. So as this is opening up, what do you know about the JFK assassination there, Holly? What's your thoughts on it?
So my thing about that is I know, okay, so from so many times past, there's been so many different stories, so many different, like, people were even saying that it was like staged at a point, that he's still alive. I mean, my whole thing is there's been a time that there was one time that I actually thought that, okay, you know, it's happened and it was horrible and, you know, all of the angles that it came from. And then they tried to say it didn't come from those angles, where I was just like, okay. And I started looking into it more. And then that's when I found out that people were like having conspiracies about it. That's when I got into the conspiracy part of it. Like, some people are saying that, you know, like I said, he's still alive and he actually like left his family. He's not in, you know, witness protection or anything, but he's actually like among us still. Like, he's a normal person. So I don't know. It's just kind of out there, really, because so many people think so many different things. I mean, have you ever heard of any of those types of conspiracies with him? Like, that he's still like among us, like he's just a normal everyday person, like somebody's seen him and then been like, that has got to be him type of thing?
I have not heard about him, but what I have heard is that with Elvis, I haven't heard it with JFK, because like the video shows homie's like dome getting knocked off, so like that was really big. Well,
yeah, and see, there's that, and then they have the conspiracy theories about like who actually acted on it. Like, they have like the Lee Harvey Oswald, that he acted alone in the total assassination of him. You know, they have like then like 60 years later, like theories were ranging from the CIA involvement. Like, I was looking it up actually a few days ago, and how it was like mafias, and I mean, it goes like the CIA itself like has actually like a it was saying like a deep state theory.
Yeah.
Where it was saying like other government elements, you know, unalived Kennedy due to other reasons, like his failure to provide air support for the Bay of Pigs invasion, his, you know, desire to soften Cold War tensions, those types of things. But then it goes like, but it really had to do with disgruntled officials that saw him as weak. Things like that. So there's so many different like areas of it. And they're actually saying, like, the information that I had looked up, it was talking about how the CIA monitored Oswald in Mexico City just weeks before the assassination, but failed to inform the Warren Commission, with some claiming they had even lied about it. And that the operative, David Morales, claimed, and it was him claiming he was in Dallas when we got, he was known saying, he says, I was in Dallas when we got the son of a bitch. Like, he was just kind of out there saying it, which kind of blows everyone's first theory out of the water, like someone had acted alone. So there's like this huge group of people that actually, there's one theory saying everyone was working together and the CIA was completely helping them do it. And then there's others saying, no, it was just Lee Harvey Oswald working by himself and it was just like a freak accident.
Yeah.
So there's,
you know what takes me aback by this whole thing? Because I watched a lot of documentaries on this particular moment. They showed the patrol car going from it's like a mile of a drive, and they showed like a whole mile of it, of the path of the drive that was going. And there are 2 points of interest. There's 2 sections of line of sight for the gunman. the theory is there's more than one gunman, and then the other theory is that the other gunman was in a building across from where Lee Harvey Oswald pulled his gun out and pulled the trigger. Like he had a faux gun.
Right, right.
Like the pop he had was to cover up the shot from across, like almost a half mile away in a building.
And see, I think that's funny that you said that, because they were talking about that, like the other gunman type theory, but then they were saying that that theory actually had to do with the anti-Castro theory. Have you heard of that with the JFK thing?
No. What's the anti-Castro?
Okay,
I know Fidel Castro and him had beef.
So what it was is Fidel Castro ordered the hit in retaliation for like numerous CIA-backed attempts on his life. And it says, the Cuban exiles angry at Kennedy for failing to support the Bay of Pigs, which I was talking about earlier.
Okay.
And because of that, they arranged the assassination. Well, here's the thing. Oswald's pro-Castro activity in New Orleans and his September 1963 trip to Mexico City is where he visited the Cuban of Soviet embassies. And they're saying that when that happened, they brought it all together. And then it would tie into, after that, that's where people tied into the LBJ theory, where they actually, LBJ worked with them on the Castro side, and then orchestrated the unaliving to actually seize power and then avoid being dropped from the 1964 ticket. That's how he started it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Ooh,
so they all tied themselves in together, all the way from Oswald being part of the Castro theory, and then Lyndon B. Johnson actually working with them behind the scenes so that he could orchestrate it, like I said, the unaliving, and then he could automatically seize power, but still avoid being dropped off the 1964 ticket.
Interesting. Yeah, they were going to get him off of it no matter what, right? So
because it says state former CIA agent Howard Hunt claimed LBJ ordered the hit but saved the documents. Also mentioned that the allegations that the KGB believed Johnson was involved to seize all power.
Oof, my gosh. Well, he was a bad president anyway, so he didn't really do a good job. Now, just so you know, Holly, right now there is a raffle in effect. Make sure that you do your exclamation raffle, okay? And it's about, I think, like 8 minutes left on it.
Yep. So where we put our numbers with the exclamation mark again?
Yep.
Okay.
So then with that, we'll get back to the thing. Make sure, you know, if you have a subscription, you get more. If you have a membership, you get even more. If you've donated super chats, you get even more.
Awesome. I see Scott actually typing the word raffle out. Are we supposed to do that this time, or just the exclamation point?
No, that's, you're supposed to type it out with the, just like that. Tells you in the instructions above. So make sure you guys put that in there. Less than 8 minutes. We got a little bit under 7. Please get those in, because once it's over, we're going to get our peoples out. Now, I think Scott's going to win this one, because Scott's got a big hand in this right now. It'd be funny if Holly takes it. So,
oh my God.
With everything you said, with the whole situation regarding, just Jackie, do raffle 10, do under 10 and under. So try that first, because you just started. Scott took it all. I'm driving, listening, so I couldn't type anything. Just got home. Yeah, you could still type. There's a chance. I mean, it's all RNG. Don't worry. So with the whole thing with this Warren Commission, with this magic bullet, with the whole conspiracy, with all, you got to put a space, Mondo, and you can't put an I there. You put I raffle. So you got to put only one exclamation and put a space in between there. You got two. You got an upside down exclamation too, Mondo. You got to make sure you put one. Just Jackie, try 10. Try exclamation raffle 10. Try to make it under 10. This coupled with the release of the documents recently, and then we have also the theory, right, that he was too popular for the government to control him. You know?
Yes.
He was beloved by the Black community, right? Because he was on the forefront of the Civil Rights Act, right? He was a big supporter of it. And I think because he was all about unifying, and at the time the thought process was not doing that in the government side, I guess there were some people in there that had some, it was beneficial for them to keep the divide going. So I think all those things played a part, and with the whole stuff that was going on in Cuba too. So
speaking of Cuba and the New Mexico thing with Oswald, did you hear about the newest files that were released in 2025 about it?
No, I didn't read up on it.
Okay, so as of 2025, it said, when I was looking at the stuff, that newly released files in late 2025, so it's talking like September of last year, it actually continued to show extensive, previously undisclosed CIA surveillance of Oswald in Mexico, which provided an almost definitive bombshell linked to the Castro theory of him doing it to tie it in so that LBJ could become president.
Yeah, because he was more easily manipulated, allowed Castro to take over Cuba, and but it sucks for LBJ because the embargo was put in shortly after he was elected out of office.
Yep, and that tied into a whole other conspiracy that Castro was really against him per se in certain parts of it. So they're trying to link it, the entire thing together, from the time that JFK was assassinated all the way to what you just said. It was all tied in together.
You should watch a movie about JFK guy goes back in time to save Kennedy and it doesn't end well. Oh gosh. Yeah. I mean, it would be interesting, right? If you wanted to theorize that, Kennedy surviving, how would the Democrat Party look, and how would the Republican Party look? It would be interesting. That would be good little thought experiment. All right, so here we go. This is the one I love. I'll take over for this one. Awesome. The 9/11 being an inside job. Any input that you want to put in, Holly, you're more than welcome.
Oh, I'm so controversy on that.
So theories on this. The theorists argue that the U.S. government orchestrated the September 11th attacks to justify wars in the Middle East, claiming controlled demolitions caused the towers to collapse. A missile hit the Pentagon, and foreknowledging it was ignored. And foreknowledge, pretty much they knew about it, but they didn't stop it. It's classified as such because the investigations like the 9/11 Commission report, structural engineering analysis, and thousands of eyewitnesses confirmed that Al-Qaeda's hijackings claims to ignore physics, jet fuel weakening steel, and rely heavily cherry-picked anomalies without proof. Now, here's why that right there doesn't really resonate with me as being a logical thinker and paying attention to things I see. 9/11 I always thought was interesting because there's this documentary called Loose Change. And I actually watched it. I watched that whole thing, and I read a lot about what was written regarding it. There's a piece in the loose change part that's not really spoken about anywhere else that really caught my attention. Before the attacks happened, 1 year prior, there was a commission kind of done because they were trying to do some war gaming about like terrorist attacks and whatnot, because they were like 1993, the World Trade Center got bombed. So they were like, okay, World Trade Center is one of a hot target for terrorism. So they had this theory that was a report that was written that had the Twin Towers with a target on them, and that they wrote a whole playbook of how, if there was another attack, it would be with planes being connected. Hello, Tiffany. What's up? What's up? It would be with planes. It would be with people like the Al Qaeda. It would be they would hijack planes and take out things, and one of them being the Twin Towers. Now, here's where it gets interesting. The authors of such a thing, the authors, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Two that really stuck out for me were Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney.
Mm.
Okay? And there were several others that became cabinet members in Bush's cabinet. Just so you know, Dick Cheney was the one who actually recommended the cabinets to be picked, the specific people, to Bush Jr. Because he didn't really know what he was doing.
That's right.
He didn't really strike me as a person that knew, but Dick Cheney built that whole thing. Hello, Laura.
Yeah, because he wasn't following Dad's footsteps very well at the beginning.
Right. So that made it really interesting. And then after he gets elected, and then after he gets into office, not even a year after he gets, what do you call that? Inaugurated.
Mm-hmm.
Boom, this happens. And it happens exactly what was written in that playbook. And it always threw me off when I heard that. And it was like the other things of like during this months before, they were like shutting down parts of the entrances of the stairwell, which they said for maintenance, but it's actually like the same areas where the explosions were heard, because there were about 8 to 10 additional explosions after the plane hit.
Well, and that's where my thing always came in, was, so there was additional explosions, but what people never picked up on and didn't I'm sure some did pay attention, but if you ever noticed, right before the second plane hit, part of that building had already exploded. And people then were like, wait a minute, like they even went back and tried to look at things. That tied into a theory that there was already pre-planted explosives there.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is where my theory thing came into it and things like that was not only the fact that they were apparently already there, but Bush knew about it.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I mean, there's all kinds of things that can be tied into those, like you were talking about, but they were also talking about that's why he reacted the way that he did the day, the whole thing where you see him being told about it in like the kindergarten room or whatever he was doing when he was reading the book, and he didn't respond. Apparently, before he went into that classroom, he was actually speaking with someone, and he brought up the buildings for no reason, and no one has ever went more about that. Apparently, at one point, someone did. Well, the someone that did is now unalived and no longer exists. The one man who brought it up and was telling people, look, he was actually there the day that Bush was in that school. He worked for the school. And he said, what do you mean? We just heard him talking about the towers. And when that man started telling people that, 2 weeks later, he was never found again.
Jeez. Oh, man. All right. Before you begin, Holly, we're going to pick a winner now. So, guys,
Yay.
get ready. Watch the chat in 3, 2, 1. Who we got? Wow. See, Scott had 1,075 tickets. Scott's for sure gonna say this is rigged. I swear. Scott's probably like throwing the keyboard against the wall. My bad, dude.
No,
I
Scott.
swear.
You know what though? I won last time. So, and Scott can actually have that. I'll send it to him. I'll give him my card. It's okay.
Well, that's real sweet of you.
Yeah, I'll give him my card.
Okay. Well, I'll send it to him then. How about that?
Yeah, you do that. Send my card to Scott, and if I win the next one, then I'll just keep that one.
Oh, well, then there you go. Okay, so Scott, here you go, man. So y'all, just so y'all know, we'll do another one very, very soon. Just so y'all know, we got 2 more. I'm sure there'll be more, Holly. Yeah, there'll be more. Don't worry, man. You're good. You're good. But it's sent to you, sir. So you're good. Enjoy it. Yeah, too sweet. All right. So, yeah, and then there's the whole thing with the Pentagon, right?
Right.
Let's go back and get a little bit. Let's backtrack to about, I think it was a week before.
Right.
It happens. So FBI gets a alert. The FBI gets a major alert. It ain't even just it's not even like the kind of alerts that are something you ignore. This is like the intelligence community gets like a heavy intel that this is happening.
Right.
Goes straight to the Donald Rumsfeld to tell him about this, to go to talk to the president. But it doesn't get to the president. It gets shot down by Donald Rumsfeld and says it's nothing there. It's nothing there.
And see, I've heard it did get to him, and he chose to ignore it on purpose.
Interesting.
Yep.
Interesting. Okay. How old I was during 9/11? For me, I was gonna be 16. I was 15 during the time.
Really?
Yep.
Because I remember I was in
About to be 16.
God. Yeah, because I remember, I'll never forget it. It was on a big screen TV in our library. I was a sophomore in high school. So yeah, 16, 17.
Yep.
I remember watching it.
I was sophomore. I was walking in class. The second plane hit, and this lady's looking, and she has her mouth over her head, my Spanish teacher.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, oh, crap, when is this movie coming out? That's awesome. And the lady's like, are you guys kidding me? This is live right now. This is happening. I said, what?
I remember our librarian screamed so loud that's what made us look to see what had happened. And then she was like screaming, and no one understood why. And then I found out like a couple of days later, the reason she was screaming is because her dad actually was like there, like he did something. And yeah, it was that type of scream. It was that blood curdling, oh my God, my family member just, got unalived type thing.
There is funny stuff that happened shortly after that second plane hit. There was an alert at the school. Everyone go home. Like we were in the middle of class, and this, due to the emergency of what's going on in New York City, we need you guys home. There was no buses. Everybody just walked.
Our dumbass school, my school, they wouldn't allow us to leave. They actually shut our school down until they could notify all the parents to come and get us. And then the parents that didn't show up, the kids, actually, they brought food and stuff for them. And the principal had to stay overnight with these kids because the parents that were told to come, they had a window of time to come. And then after that, they couldn't come till the next day because of, I guess, security measures or what could be going on. And there was like 16 kids left there overnight with the principal. And I was like,
Oh my.
oh, nice.
Wow. You were 40?
Yeah, I'm 40. I'll be 42 this October.
Oh wow. Oh, so you were born before me.
I was 1984.
Nice. Okay. Oh my gosh, my throat. So Jackie, that must have been an interesting time for you to see how things changed since then.
See, my dad is a huge conspiracy theorist. I guess that's where I get it from.
Yeah.
My dad swears. I mean, will take it to his grave, and I'll never be able to say anything about it, but he swears that all of this was a simulation by aliens. And when I tell
in
you,
the house.
Oh, yay! See,
Welcome,
he always
OG.
was my friend with that.
OG. Conspiracy theories. Is that Holly the Hottie? Yes, OG.
Yes.
So
Me
OG.
and him always did the conspiracy theories.
Yes. OG. If you have anything to contribute for this, let me know. If you want to pop in, and you could talk about your conspiracies. Send me a DM and I'll get you in. All right. So you can be on this panel here. All right. So those are the things that I would be like looking at for the 9/11 stuff. What happened afterwards? Like, I always thought the reason why this was all like methodically planned was to control the Middle Eastern oil reserves, because that was always something that was there was a renaissance in the Middle East, like Dubai and all of them. They had just struck this oil reserve. You've been okay. Yeah, OG, you good? Whenever you want to do it, if you feel better. So the oil reserve, they had just hit this, like why Dubai is like super popular now. It started in the 2000s. They hit this like vein, and it's like huge oils. Like the entire land became rich, like families super rich because they were on that land. Took the staircases. Look into the staircases and NY. What do you mean? Look into the staircases. Not sure what that means. And then there's the whole part of what bled into it, which the Iraqi war kind of like bled into that. Which
is where the whole Bush thing I was talking about, because what people claim, because he was such, so you know how the whole thing was like, he was like so against them, and the Bush administration was like, we're gonna find these people and we're gonna he always was linking it to like Iraq and things like that. Well, come to find out, a little before all of it happened, and this is what blew everybody's mind. I think it was saying like a month and a couple weeks before this stuff happened, the same people that he then claimed actually did that to the towers, he was actually trying to make a undercover kind of secretive like deal with. And the deal was supposed to be where he actually got, him and his dad actually got reserves from, like money from the reserves in Iraq. And when they shut it down, Bush actually started talking to other people who didn't like that leader to make this whole thing where they hit America to then bring him back into the good standings of everything. It's a very, very, you have to go very, very deep into it, which I do, but to do that. And
yeah. Go ahead.
It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. My understanding of all that was back in the 70s, America helped Osama try to overthrow the government so they could fight against oppression. That's how they had U.S. weapons. Another part of that is why it bleeds into the Iraqi war is Saddam Hussein and Bush Sr. had a clash. Bush Sr. never won Desert Storm. It was at an impasse. It was one of those things that it was a quick thing. It was like they ruled it as a tie and then they left. As long as they didn't pass a certain point, Saddam could like live pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess Bush Jr. didn't like the fact that Daddy didn't win a war.
Exactly.
So he wanted to, honor the name Bush and make it so that, we got Saddam. Made up this whole thing about weapons of mass destruction. Never happened. Never found him. And he even made a joke about it. And I'm like, bro, you caused a 20-year war. Like, are you kidding me? So that's the 9/11 stuff. That's what my theories are on it. My take. That's Holly's take. And let's move on to the fourth one, which is really interesting, right? Illuminati. New World Order. All right, so this one says, dating back to the 18th century, Bavarian Illuminati. This theory alleges a secret society of elites, including celebrities and politicians, that control global events to establish a totalitarian one-world government using symbols like the eye on the U.S. dollar. It's a conspiracy theory, as the original Illuminati disbanded in the 1780s, and the modern claims lack evidence, drawing from anti-Semitic tropes and misinterpretations of symbols. Historians trace it to the fear of Enlightenment in ideas and later anti-communist paranoia. So, Illuminati, my theory again, on this, my take is what I've read and also have seen documentary-wise on what this shadow government is all about. Yes, celebrities are part of it, but they're kind of like foot soldiers. Yep. The real leaders, the big people, it ain't the world leaders. It's the people that influence that. I mean, like stock market stuff. Anything with like the food supply. You talking like global trade, like oil reserves and whatnot, and like energy use and how science has evolved, like how science is even utilized and brought out to the public, like things that would change the course of human history.
Yeah, and even Joe Biden apparently was well, what I've looked into it, he actually was a big part of this too. But I'm going to let you go forward with what you're talking about, and then I'll tell you what I saw.
Gotcha. Queef says I think they used 9/11 to pass the Patriot Act, which stripped us of freedom and privacy. Yes, Queef, that's what came out of it, and it kind of bled into like problems with like Edward Snowden and whatnot. You need to look up Cult House in Chatsford, PA. It's local to us. Pretty wild. M. Night shot his movie The Village. Okay. All right. So Cult House. All right. Let's go and put Cult House there. Cult House in Pennsylvania. Gotcha. All right. We'll leave that there. So with the Illuminati, I have a theory. From reading all this and from what I have actually witnessed in documentaries, is that they have 7 families that run the entire globe. Mm-hmm. And 2 prominent ones are in the U.S. the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers. There are multiple other families. There's the royal families of the Middle East. There's the royal families in the UK. There's the emperors in Japan. There's the Mongolians, the dynasty there. There's a whole bunch of different things. These really powerful and rich families that have so much wealth. They got what's called stupid FU money. So these are the things that I would say are possible because of what industry these people lead and how no matter what happens economically, these families are still rich, they're still in power, and they never fell. I think Bush is one of those two as well. The really powerful because their lineage ties back to the Illuminati from what I think what you were mentioning there, you're trying to allude to. But go ahead. I'll let you take it.
Well, no. So like I told you earlier, like I go really, really deep of like how everything first started, but you were talking about people being tied into it. And it was even said that, barely before Joe Biden had barely been sworn into a U.S. president, when conspiracy theories about his Illuminati Bible went viral on social media. Here's the thing. The day that he got sworn into office, there is a post, like it's the day he was sworn in, and his wife had like 3 separate things she was holding, and someone had bumped into her and they like fell or whatever. Mm-hmm. And they saw that he had the Illuminati Bible per se. And ever since then, it like blew up on social media and since then been taken down because of that. But apparently, it had started feeling like stories about how the all-powerful sect of it and how there was also reasons why Joe Biden started acting the way he did. Everybody's like, he's got dementia, he's got this, he's got that, and he started just acting off at times. Well, he was really, up to par, per se, when he very first came into office. And they were talking about how when he started to act kind of funny, it was because he was actually being threatened and given things by the Illuminati to make him seem less fit.
Okay.
And then it just kind of like went down from there. But it's funny because they try to tie him into this or whatever, but I like dig really, really deep, like I said, and like I went back to even to where like the very first person that ever made this, I can't pronounce his last name, but his name's like Adam Weishaupt or something like that. He was a Bavarian professor.
Okay.
And he was a Bavarian professor of canon law, and he started the Radical Illuminati secret society in Europe in 1776. He was only 28 years old, mind you. But his vision was to have something that was anti-clerical, anti-royal, everything that would upset any powerful institution. Okay. And his whole goal was to create a plan to basically have global supervision of all churches, all royalties, all societies. But at the same time, he aimed to also abolish all religions and completely like obliterate the government. So that in his mind, and this is what's funny, everyone sees the Illuminati as like this, like really big sector that's like real secretive and they're horrible people. But the very first person to ever invent this per se, his whole goal was to actually make it to where mankind, this is a quote from him, his whole goal was so that mankind could live happily in a world full of nothing but equality, and that the communism of goods and the structures could be overseen by an enlightened person, period. Like one period. Because he took it as far as, and this was in 1776, okay, because he claims to have started it and brought it to, just fruition, period, because he believed in a lot of Greek mythology.
Yeah.
And what it says is the order was represented by the owl of Minerva. And in Greek mythology, she accompanies Athena, which is the virgin goddess of wisdom. Okay. Which is why their emblem in the very, very, very beginning was a dot within the circle, because it symbolized the all-seeing eye, which belonged not to God, but to the superior watching over everything else. Okay. So it goes very, very, very deep. And it even goes as far as like, there was like ranks that were divided into hierarchies, like novices and like cells and spy masters. I mean, it really, really, really went deep. But the thing about it being tied into like celebrities and presidents and stuff like that, later on, it actually did become something not great, because where it first started in 1776 by this man, it just completely basically fell apart when people of power started getting involved. So something that he wanted to start as being good and to where everyone basically lived happily, it became to, we're going to all live happily, but you better be of this hierarchy to do it. You better have this amount of money to do it. And if you don't have this amount of money, then if you join us, we can make sure you do. And then you can show other people how this works.
Oh, like a Illuminati pyramid scheme.
Yes,
very nice.
Yes, basically.
Okay. We have some stuff going on in the chat, guys. Raffle is back on again. Do the exclamation raffle. Get yourself in there. Holly, I guess because you had donated yours, you can pop in. Just make sure you guys do exclamation space raffle, and then oh wait, not exclamation space, sorry. Exclamation raffle space the number. As Holly has put her favorite number, 69.
Okay.
So that right there will get you your raffle tickets. Just make sure that you guys do that. You have, let's see, we got how many? We got 9 minutes left. I'll let it go for another 5 minutes after it's done. It looks like you utilized all your points there.
Ow.
Holly, oh no.
Yeah. That's
Let
okay.
me just. All right, you sure you're okay with that? Because it's not. It didn't take it.
No, it's okay.
Let's give add points to all viewers. Let's give everybody 1,000 points. Boom. Everybody's got 1,000 points. So guys, everybody's got 1,000 points. Gift to the stream from me to y'all. You can do your stuff. Everyone. If you're chatting, you have 1,000 points. Go ahead and have at it. All right. So with everything, the Illuminati stuff, I also have a theory that certain POTUSes, right, that are part of the Illuminati. Okay, I think individuals that are that even get elected as presidents fall into this lineage. That's my theory. Because isn't it strange that if you look back to all, Mondo, you're putting an exclamation up and a down one. You need to put just a single exclamation. You're holding that button down too long. You just got to press it one time. So the presidents all trace back, like they go all the way back to those lineage of the Illuminati. And it's also interesting that world leaders fall into that category too. So if you try to like look at everything back in those kind of lineages, it just throws me for a loop. Like a lot of people try to deny it, saying, "Oh, it's just conspiracy. This thing ended already," all that stuff. But then it's like, well, where do these things pop up in the first place? You know, like why do these theories come up now?
Right.
Like what led to that theory to be brought up in the first place? Well, what gives the evidence of this? The families. The family tree traces back to a specific family. Like a great grandfather of somebody who's a part of this team, this people that came from Europe, or they came from Mideast, or they came from like East Asia, they came from Southeast Asia, like doesn't matter where it's from, they all trace back, and they're all in government office. Like, isn't this like that's where the what? It's like the haves and the have-nots, you know, like you can go all the way back. But again, Illuminati, New World Order, there is some type of idea onto this. It's kind of like, it makes a lot of sense for me. That's my take on it, and that's Holly's take on it. Now, here goes another one. Yep. This is more comedic. Is flat Earth theory. Okay.
Oh, shit.
I'll start, and then I'll let you take. I'll take about a minute. Really. So, flat Earth theory is dumb. The fact that it's so that someone actually sat there and was like, why is the Earth only like you only see this part of the Earth? Why don't we see the other part? Why is like why when we're in a what they said if we get on a boat and we sail west, why does it just keep going and it doesn't show a curve? Like perspective, people, and it's like from space, we never seen the Earth from space. It's like, come on, there has been plenty of pictures. Like, why do you only see one side of the Earth in a perfect circle, like someone drew it? It's like, because perspective, people. Anyways, that's my take on it. It's dumb, but I have other things to say about it, especially like debunking it. But you go ahead and give me your piece.
So my thing about the flat Earth theory is I have a really hard time with both sides, like to the point of my ADHD is like, well, it could be. And then I'm like, well, no, it can't, because I'm like, there's been so many scientific things that have come about that have been like, okay, this is why it is flat and then why it's not. And then you have the people who like are major Christians, they're like, well, it says the four corners of the earth. That could mean many different things. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm very, very, very up in the air both ways. Like, I'm one of those people that's like, I got to dig deeper to see what it really is. Like, if you actually think, like, is your true belief that it's just completely round, like you're done with it? Or do you kind of like wonder if the pictures that we're seeing aren't like the way they're supposed to be, if that makes sense? Like, people say that they're altered.
I am 1000% on the part where it is not. It is a complete sphere, and I'll tell you why. I think it was 2 years ago, flat earthers got a chance to go down to Antarctica. Now, if the earth is flat, right, the sun would not show for 24 hours. In the southern hemisphere during the winter, it would not show at all for 24 hours, right? You wouldn't see it if it was flat.
I see what you're saying.
So they got a chance to go down there. Guy with a selfie. Legit 24 hours. You could see it go in a circle around the sun from the four corners of Antarctica. The guy's like, well, I guess the earth is round. Killed the whole narrative right there. Like flat earth died that day. when when the dude and the flat earthers went all the way down there, they were invited by scientists to prove the theory, and they were like, yeah, we're going to prove it. It's a flat earth. There's not going to be, this isn't going to be there for 24 hours. Sure enough, it was 24 hours. So you want to read Conquistadors thing, or you want me to read it?
I'll go look. Let me see.
All right.
I think the global warming narrative is being pushed to cover the fact we are still coming out of the last ice age and the governments don't want us to visit Antarctica. Well, this is my thing. Like, so when you go the scientific route, like you have to think of it of being, yes, it is absolutely round because, gravity in itself acts as a force, like it's a pulling material toward everything to the center.
Yep.
And what a lot of the flat earthers do is they're like, well, no, it's not a perfect sphere because it rotates, causing it to flatten. And then you go back and you're like, but, it's just, I don't know. You really got to think of it as the smarter side of the spectrum of it, because you're like, okay, it's gravity. But then the same people that are flat earth people are like, well, gravity doesn't exist. And then you're like, okay, well, let's just shut all this down because you need help, because those are usually the same people that are like that. So, I mean, if you go the scientific route, absolutely, the earth is absolutely round. But when you read other things, like the narrative of it, and you try to like go way back in history where people were trying to prove it was flat also, back then before all of the scientific stuff, like the guy you were talking about that did his thing where he's like, I'll prove this for 24 hours. Way back when, there was other people that were actually doing things like that. And apparently, and this is just speculation, they were able to prove it the same way he did, except they were able to prove that this is what did and didn't happen. It's a huge concept. So it's a comedic thing like you're talking about, because like I said, the same people that don't believe in gravity are going to be like, see, this is why. So I don't know. It can be one of those things where you could debate about it all day long and be like, well, this is why this has happened and this is why it didn't. The flat earth thing is really, really up in the air with me, because like I said, I could go either way with their points and still try to find reasoning behind all of it before I actually figure it out. So
since we're talking about Antarctica, I'm going to add a piece to this. I'm more of a hollow earth. Like I'm on that fringe. I'll go towards that as being a skeptic of that may be a possibility. Like not there is no, like, you can't like say, hey, there's absolutely no way that's happening, but there's reasons to think why this might be a thing. All right. So why I say that, there's parts of Antarctica that are completely redacted in Google Earth. You can't look at that. It's completely blocked off. Plus, there's treaties with almost every single nation that nobody is allowed to go and colonize that land, not to do anything with mining, not to do anything with digging through there. It is strictly off limits, only for scientific research. That is it. And it's a collaboration between all the countries that are developed. The developed countries with the economy and the government and all that stuff are the only ones that are allowed on that land to conduct research. That's all. And why I think Hollow Earth is one of the reasons why. There was a pilot. Can't remember the pilot's name, but the gentleman has said he was doing a flight exercise and he stumbled into Antarctica's hollow earth. And when he entered it, he saw a whole new world. there's a microscopic sun compared to the sun that we know that's powering that center place with oceans, with dinosaurs of all things, is what was said. Can't really take this for, got to take it with a grain of salt. But the gentleman said, oceans, like water, there's clean air, there's giant trees, dinosaurs, there's like mastodons, like extinct things were in this hollow earth. And everything was living in harmony. It was really weird. Go ahead.
So whatever he was on, I'd like to find, because that would have been cool. But my thing about the hollow earth deal, and this is strictly going back to like the scientific part of it and actually the gravity part of it. So like, have you ever heard of the way that scientists talk about seismic waves? Have you ever heard of that?
Seismic wave? Yeah. I've heard of those.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, they use the waves from the earthquake to map the interior. Okay. They travel directly through the planet, change speeds, solid, all that stuff.
It's almost like sonar. Mm-hmm.
Yes. So here's my thing about the hollow earth deal, which, I'm not a scientist. I have no idea. But the whole thing about the gravity part of it is the reason they are trying to disprove it is because it says planets are formed by gravity pulling the matter together, which naturally crushes the interior into a solid sphere rather than a shell. And it says the magnetic field is produced by the movement of liquid iron in the outer core, and the hollow structure cannot produce the observed magnetic field. So because of the gravity and a continuous like crushing factor,
it's okay.
And the way that everything pulls together, it's almost like you could disprove that, because if it didn't do that, we couldn't maintain basically being round, as we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
So it just, I don't know. It's kind of weird because, I've heard that hollow earth theory thing before and I haven't really looked into it, but I've looked into why it's not. Okay. And it just has a lot to do with like the gravitational pull and the dense core and all of that. So I don't know. That's something I'm actually interested in now to see why it could be.
How about we throw this in for a loop? What if? Now this is speculation. This is fringe, y'all. Don't take it as fact. What if what the guy thought was a hollow earth that he flew into a wormhole and he saw the past?
That's interesting.
That's
kind of like it was a time capsule.
Not time capsule. Time capsule is a little different. I'm talking like a wormhole created from our own, magnetic fields and whatnot. A little black hole. Was the person flew into it, and this portal was like a Stargate, sent them in the past or to a whole nother place. Like, because he lost the ability to talk to air traffic control, completely lost contact with them.
And when did you say he was supposed to have done this? Like, when did he do this?
Oh man, I think it was in the 80s. Hang on, let me pull that up, because that was hollow earth flight. All right, 1947. So it's a diary. It's an alleged diary from 1947. It says details bird's flight over the North Pole. The discoveries in the narrative, bird reports seeing a warm Greenland forest and even prehistoric animals. Civilization. He said he found flying discs from a advanced civilization. And then he warned about humanity's warlike ways. Connection to the Nazis. Ooh, interesting. They said the versions of this theory linked to flight Operation High Jump, alleged secret mission to find Nazi strongholds hidden in Antarctica, searching the entrance of the hollow. So the reality is, like you were saying, there's no evidence of this. The flight
Well, not
record.
even just that. Wouldn't you? That's kind of interesting because if that was
Mhm.
the case and that's what he saw then,
Yeah.
and it was like this whole other world, basically, if that was back then, it makes you think, well, what if that happened now? That other world, has it evolved? Like, what's changed in that world now? Like, if
Yeah.
that was to happen, honestly, I think he had a concussion, but that's just my
Well,
take.
I'm thinking the low oxygen and being able to
Yeah.
hallucinate. You know, that's what I would
Yes.
go off of that if, you know, I was speaking of reality. When I'm speaking in the fringe and curiosity side of me wants to
Yep.
believe, I would believe more if it was a Stargate
Mhm.
to another dimension where these beings exist. Because why is this part of Antarctica blacked out? You
That's
can't
true.
see it. It's completely like redacted, and there's no reason for it. But it's there. You can look it up. There's parts of Antarctica you can't see on a map. All right. So that's it for flat Earth. Okay, that's my take on it, and that's Holly's take on it. Now, here we go. Area 51, y'all.
Oh God, I wish my dad was here. I'd give him
the
the reins.
Roswell incident, 1947. All right. So there's a crash, right? There's bodies recovered. The material of the spacecraft recovered. Then after that, it was announced on the newspaper by the Army. Then the very following next day, a retraction. Literally 24 hours later, that nope, this was a weather balloon. Now there are a lot of testimony from even the person who was there at the site, said that there are things there that don't make sense.
Mhm.
The material, the metal that was discovered was a metal he's never seen before. He said you could crumble it up and it will unfold and go back to its original state, and it wasn't wrinkled. So there's a lot of things there that kind of like don't add up. A lot of like misinformation, disinformation campaigns that are doing to keep people out of the loop of what's happening. But and it created this thing called the Majestic 12. It created Project Blue Book. It created this whole little secretive organization of an intelligent community people that only a very select few know about. No one else can get involved in it. And those who try to find out more or stumble upon it accidentally or on purpose, they're met with these people called the Men in Black. So those are the people they initially called the Majestic 12. People in black suits, tall, have no emotion in their face, and they talk very robotic, like scary stuff. But that's the fast facts of this. And what do you think about that for this Area 51?
So here's the thing. Like I said, I wish my dad was here because he would take over right now. My thing about Area 51, I think especially now because apparently they've proven alien life as of, I don't know, last year sometime. But my whole thing about Area 51 was about the time travel part of it. Have you heard about the time travel and weather control part of Area 51?
No. What did you discover on that one?
So here's the thing. A lot of people, they think of Area 51, automatically they think of the aliens and the reverse engineering. Well, actually quite a few years back, there were some people that were going to Area 51, they'd get in trouble and all that stuff. But it's because it was found out that apparently there were some theorists that suggested that the facility not only would research alien life and if it existed, but they would also research time travel, teleportation, and also advanced weather control systems, where a big part of the U.S.'s weather is controlled by that area.
Interesting.
And that's also where a lot of, which is funny because I was talking about how things were tying into, the JFK thing earlier.
Yep.
They're actually tying this into the fog we were talking about earlier. in making people sick, that Area 51 is the ones that engineered it. But they were talking about Area 51 being a huge research for time travel, and that there was apparently a guy who, I'd have to go find his name, but apparently they did like a real teleportation of him. It's all speculation. I don't know. I'd have to look into it more. But a part of Area 51 is actually one of the really big parts that you really aren't allowed into is that area. It's their area of time travel and weather control.
Interesting.
And they actually have a huge facility in one of the areas of Area 51 that, according to this, does nothing but that. And that's how the whole thing of people saying history repeats itself, or things come up to where people are like, that's so weird, that happened back in 1950. It's because the people that have went back in time are actually here now after they've come back to make things reproduce themselves and look like it did before, but in a more advanced way. Like, people always ask, and a lot of women that stay at home and stuff, they're like, man, did you ever see the ovens or whatever back in 1950s, how they had this and this and this? And then you see all these new day, like electronics and stuff that, don't have a lot of the same things they did back then. And then they wonder why. And now all of a sudden you're seeing the same thing, and then that's just an example, but same thing kind of replay itself or however you want to say it. Mm-hmm. They're saying that there's actually an area where they can send people back and then bring them back to amp up things that already were. And that's why people are like, God, it's like history's repeating itself. This has been like this before, but now it's better.
Okay. Now, before we move on to another piece, I'm going to add to this, to what you just said. Hold that thought. So I'm going to pick a winner now. Let's see what we got. Hey, so Planet Mondo, you have become the next winner. So
yay!
Good job. Congratulations to Mondo for winning. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'll DM you, Mondo, and then you can take this with you. Let's see. And then let's go to... So, going off of what you just said there with the whole time travel stuff, I'd like to add this piece.
Okay.
Do you think with the experimentations that they have done with the Hadron Collider and all these things, like how they've been doing the experiments and how they're trying to like create, like you said, teleportation, they're trying to create time travel, they're trying to manipulate like the past, present, future. The Mandela effect.
Yeah.
Is it too crazy, too fringe for me to say to you or anyone in chat that they have successfully created a multiple dimension and we are phasing in and out of this dimension whenever they plow two particles together? Because why I say that is the things I remember growing up are not the same things that are found in this reality. Just those are my thoughts on it. That's my take. What do you think?
I actually, there's a part of me that actually really agrees with that, because there's so many different things that I remember when I was younger that it's almost like big example. I was talking to my daughter the other day and I was telling her, kind of just about how life was and how, we never had like the internet, never had all this other stuff. And then, and it's going to tie into it to a minute, but I am a huge, huge classic rock person, like ZZ Top and all this other stuff. And back then, iPhones and all of that were non-existent. Okay. I would have to find the exact song, but in one of his ZZ Top songs, he actually says that the woman is dancing with a red iPhone in his lyrics. And they knew nothing about that back then.
Okay.
And to me, the whole Mandela effect, it's kind of like I was saying earlier, it's where you feel like you look at something that you've seen before, and it's kind of like you see it before because somebody went back and brought that idea back so that we can see it better now. And to me, like the lyrics of that song and him talking about a red iPhone back in the 70s, and now we have all of these iPhones, it's kind of like, did somebody go back and have this idea and then bring it back, and because of our technology it was advanced and now we have it, you know, that type of thing. So I don't know, I don't think that's a huge weird thing to think about. I think it's actually kind of spot on in certain scenarios.
Okay. All right. Yeah,
but that's just my take on it.
Yeah, I would think that would be something that could be plausible only based on what I've seen, you know, what's been happening. And to say what you were saying, I have seen certain things in certain documentaries that regarding like time travelers and whatnot. There's one story about a plumber who was working underneath a sink and somehow he got transported into the past, and he actually saw his younger self, and his younger self took a picture of him.
Oh my.
Yeah. So there's a photo of him with his future self, like together. So the guy is meeting his younger self, meeting his future self. They take a photo together, and then the person disappears. So it was pretty interesting. There was another one where there was a person in a photo. They took a photo of a guy in a spacesuit, and there was like a series of 3 shots, and you could see the person disappear behind the lady. So there's a whole lot of like those theories that we're talking about that shows some type of like odd like conspiracy that could, maybe it is true. Like I can't definitively say, but I'm just like, wait a second, a lot of this stuff just doesn't make sense. So I mean, given that situation,
could you imagine how weird that would be?
Yeah, it would be.
Like, yeah,
and it all stems back from these experiments with these UFOs. Like they're trying to create a black hole. And they may have succeeded. So it's so weird. So weird. It's very odd. And again, that's for the Area 51 part that added a little bit pieces that kind of like fall into because of the experiments that they were doing. So someone was talking about the chemtrails in the chat. So
the things that those plane things make.
Yes, to control the weather and whatnot.
Right.
So there's airplane contrails are supposedly chemical or biological agents sprayed by governments for population control, weather manipulation, or mind control, not just water vapor. All right, this is a conspiracy theory because contrails are scientifically explained as condensing exhaust in cold air. No evidence of toxins have been found in tests, and theories contradict aviation and atmospheric science. But since it's a conspiracy theory, this is what we could do. Seeding has been a thing that people have been asking about. They look into it because oh, excuse me. One sec. They looked into this, and there was this thought that anytime they saw this large plane in the sky, they would see these vapors come out and a massive storm would precede it. Right? So it would be like, wait a second, why are storms stronger? Well, like hurricanes and tornadoes are more violent and more frequent. They try to say it's attributed to like the warming, global warming and whatnot, the oceans being warmer and pollution. But seeding the atmosphere, pumping chemicals in there for experimentation, that's not too far-fetched, because it has been known that governments have done experiments on humans and on their populace to test for things. So that's why when I see things like this, I kind of like, there's got to be some truth to it. But again, it's still a conspiracy because there's no evidence of it.
Right.
But going off of what I was saying, if you have anything to add to it, but you go ahead. That's just how I perceive this conspiracy theory.
Well, I mean, mine would really go into like the weather control part of it, because I know that for a little while here, see, I am about, I'm not too far from Austin. And for a while, we were having like a horrible, horrible drought. Like it was like all of our ponds had done up or whatever. And it was so weird because me and my dad were actually out when this happened. These two airplane things or whatever, they like flew over this area. And mind you, like I said, we were in a horrible, horrible drought. And they left these massive, as you would like, chemtrail type things. And within like a matter of 15, 20 minutes, we had like this major thunderstorm.
Yep.
And it lasted for like literally 15 minutes, almost just enough for people to go on the news and the weather people to be like, we don't know where this came from. It wasn't even said anything about rain the day before. They were like, we're having another hot day. And then this happens, and we had this huge thunderstorm that like starts to fill up our ponds and stuff. But it did not happen for months and months and months. And then all of a sudden, we have this flyover, and people are tying it together because right after that happened and people saw this, we had this massive thunderstorm. So, yeah, my thing with the weather control and that, I actually really got into it after that because it was almost like that's what caused it. And I don't know, I've dug pretty deep into things like that, but it is, like we're talking about conspiracy theory and speculation and stuff, but I just found it very, very funny that we had been in a drought for, 9 months almost, not a drop of rain. And then you have these two planes fly over with these massive, lines of white stuff over us. And then our entire area gets almost flooded. It was
odd.
Weird.
That's odd.
But that's really my only, thing about that, because I do believe there are parts of the United States that, things happen because of weather being controlled. But then I find it funny that Area 51 is one of their biggest parts of it is being conspiracized that they're the ones doing it. They're the ones that make that happen. So how they all tie in, you never really know.
Right. Oh, just so you know, Holly, I have opened up again the entries. Put in exclamation raffle and then a number. It could be any number. So exclamation raffle number. Okay. Put a space in between. Just had the best day. Oh, sweet. Hopefully your day can get better. We have a raffle right now. So go ahead and put in exclamation raffle space and a number between 1 to 1,000. I recommend starting with the number 1 first and then incrementally increase it as you go on. All right. So here goes another one. We'll move on from the chemtrails. Something that a lot of, it's like the hot topic right now. Area 51 is just a distraction at this point. Not anything happens there anymore. Oh no, it's still active. You can't go there. Nope. When everybody was trying to Naruto run Area 51, there's a whole documentary on it too. It's hilarious. I highly recommend you guys check it out. It's on Netflix. But like that place was pretty, and it was pretty like the governments were like, don't be stupid. Don't try to Naruto run the gates. Nothing happened at the end of it, but people were really curious about Area 51 and like what's behind those gates. Because Area 51, it's a certain section block in Nevada, but they extend their barrier, the boundary, past the gates. Like you can't even drive up to a certain point without them like immediately following up, going behind you and watching you.
That's
like,
right.
A patrolman will go and look at you and just keep their eye on you, making sure you don't cross that line. If you cross the line, they could shoot you on sight, and then nobody will be held accountable because you have touched the top secret agent, government property. I
will be right back.
Yep. Let's see what else. All right. I'm not surprised there aren't any movies about Area 51. I can only think of one. The one, let me guess, Independence Day there in Mondo. There are others. There are others that are about Area 51. You got what's that? Maybe you're right. There is only one. I could have sworn there was another one. There's documentaries about it for sure, but as far as like, I do know Age of Disclosure has Area 51 info on it. That's a documentary movie. Men in Black Bayou Peach. That's right. They did talk about the Roswell incident. Men in Black. That's right. There's another one called Area 51. It's decent. Yes, there is. That's another one. Duh. Area 51. Should have thought of that. That is right. Guys, if you do exclamation raffle, I'm going to do exclamation raffle 0. If you guys do exclamation raffle and then you just replace that 0 with any number, you guys will get tickets. Okay? Make sure you get your tickets, okay? So that way we can hook y'all up with a nice little winner chicken dinner. Let's see. Lots of sci-fi movies talk about Area 51. Yes, Bayou. Lots of them for sure. All right. So we'll go to the next one here. Vaccines cause autism. 1998. All right. So here we go. Stemming from a discredited study by Andrew Wakefield. This claims vaccines, especially MMR, lead to autism via mercury or other ingredients. Part of a big pharma plot to profit from illness. It's a conspiracy theory as the study was fraudulent and retracted. Hundreds of large-scale studies show no link. Autism is genetic, developmental, and in theory it's caused by harmful vaccine hesitancy. All right. There are a lot of folk that are anti-vaxxers because of this autism is caused by vaccines. I'm not against vaccines. What I am against is the side effects of the vaccines not being thoroughly tested. i.e., the Rona vaccine. If anyone's gotten it, this Rona vaccine, they have found studies that this causes heart problems. So if you have a pre-existing condition for your heart and you get the vaccine, you develop more symptoms that are more dangerous than what you had prior. And it's a very serious thing that they find out later in life, and then they go, oops, my bad. That's all their thought process is. So I'm only against that. No thoroughly testing the thing for the side effects, because long-term implications of Rona vaccines will not be known until I think it's like a 10-year study has to be done. And we're 5 years in. So we need to have a thorough test. And this has to be done in a 10-year study following one subject over time. What's happening to this person? Or it's a sample study, so they usually do 100. The sample size tells us population based on statistics. So like that's a serious thing. We got to make sure that they do that. You know, like hopefully our government's doing that, CDC's doing that, and they have that study like running right now as we speak. The other one is they're talking about MMR, measles, mumps, rubella. Like, okay, MMR, I don't think it is. It's probably because of how they made it. Had a lot of chemical bonding and whatnot, just to try to combine 30 different things into one. But I've gotten the MMR before. I had to get a booster because my antibodies dropped, right? And over time, when you get older, your antibodies kind of fall apart because the vaccine, your cells replicate. And usually, I think it's like every 7 years, your entire body is being repaired and new cells are developed. So over time, you tend to lose certain immunities and resistances to certain diseases without a booster. So in the case of autism has been found to be developmental. It is, there's a gene inside your DNA. It's like a recessive, and it can be a dominant if you have two recessive genes. So, excuse me. Oh, man, I'm so sleepy. But that's the theory there for this, and I think the anti-vaccines are like, it shouldn't be a thing. You should get your vaccinations. You should definitely defend yourself against what the nature, because if we don't defend ourselves against nature, we're not a highly advanced society. Because right now, a lot of old eradicated diseases are coming back, like polio was coming back, and tuberculosis was coming back, and they had like things that were thought that they were kind of gone for a while, and they were like, okay, this was completely gone. Why is this coming back? Measles was supposed to be eradicated, and it's coming back because people are refusing to get vaccinated. All right, that's my take on it. And we don't have Holly's take on it, but we could always go back when we're done. Now, here we go. We're going to go back into another thing with aliens stuff. So, reptilian elite, ancient origins. This was popularized in the 1990s. The shape-shifting reptilian aliens disguise themselves as world leaders. Example given: royals and politicians. To control humanity, drawing from ancient myths and promoted by David Icke, or Icke. I think it's Icke, David Icke. It's conspiracy theory lacking biological and empirical evidence. Claims rely on pseudoscience and paranoia, often overlapping with anti-Semitic narratives about hidden rulers. Now, this is where the Illuminati play, could be taking part of this and everything. I was telling you, like 7 families and whatnot, shadow governments. This takes a little bit more of an ancient alien approach. You had 2 species, as what I said yesterday, the reptilian race and the Greys. There's a third one that they talk about too. They're the people with like the white hair, really tall, the giant people. And they have really pale face with, I think, blue eyes or something. Their lineage goes back to the Atlanteans. So like those folks are like, that's the third one. I didn't reveal the third one, but I was mentioning just the 2 major ones, the reptilians and the Greys. So there's other species, about 10. Wordplay. You joined the Illuminati a while ago. Nice. I'm glad. Hey, you gotta give us the secrets. Like, you gotta tell us what is gonna happen, all right, with the world when they release this alien discovery. Okay, come on, wordplay. You gotta know. You're part of Illuminati. You gotta know. All right. So the royals, politicians, shapeshifters. You know, there's a couple of people that have been accused of this, right? That they would say they have reptilian eyes and whatnot. So a person specifically is you're Scott's in the Illuminati too. So there's a Chris Brown. Okay, Chris Brown was like thought to be like alleged to this based on one of the basketball tournaments that he did, one of the celebrity ones, because the way he held his hand with the basketball, they showed his hand grew an additional 3 inches to grip the ball while he was jumping. Wordplay, since you're one of them, I need to know the next Mega Millions lottery winner. So the reptilian race, ancient beings, supposedly underground. They're still living amongst us. They come up. They sworn to secrecy. So they come up. They disguise themselves, and they take over certain people's lives, or they are the ones that are directly related, or else they get sent to the shadow realm. Oh no, you don't want to go there. No wordplay, no way. Hey chat, just so y'all know, we do have a raffle ongoing right now. Please make sure you do exclamation raffle like this. And then I'm putting 0. Whatever that 0 is, replace that 0 with a number from 1 to 1,000, or you could put raffle all or raffle max, one of the two. So you can put all that. Now, make sure you do this, because I will close it again very, very soon. We want to make sure that we get all the entries in. So that's just the part B on this. Go back to the ancient beings. So these beings, being thousands of years old, have been depicted throughout history. I believe there's some Egyptian. No, I don't think Egyptian hieroglyphs. I think there's Aztecs. The Aztecs have reptilian features on human bodies, but they got like a snake head. So those are kinds of things that they show in those statues that they made. Some of them are in an apparatus. It's like a snake head with it looks like a space suit and everything, and they are in a spacecraft. Interesting stuff. So those are the kind of things that are theorized. The speculation side of it is, I think it could be possible, being as such, like, because we have this UFO thing going on right now. If there is proof of alien interaction and contact, what are the species, and if they're reptilian, how are they disguising themselves? Are they chameleon-like? Are they just regular folk? They look like us, but they just have characteristics of a lizard. Okay, now last one. Paul McCartney died in 1966, so they're saying that he's a decoy. I heard about this one too. The Beatles' Paul McCartney supposedly died in a car crash and was replaced by a lookalike with clues hidden in album art. Lyrics, example given. He blew his mind out in a car and backmasked songs It's a conspiracy theory as McCartney is alive and has denied it. Clues are coincidences or hoaxes, but amplified by fan speculation during the band's peak fame. No evidence supports this cover-up. So, I do remember this. Don't have much to say on it because it's a really old one, but I thought it was silly because Paul McCartney is still around, and it's still the same Paul McCartney as back in the 60s. I don't have much to say on it, but I do think this is a silly little one. This ain't like top 10. Like, that would be really awesome, but this is more of a joke. What can I say? Is we're not alone, and the government's telling us everyone to look left when they should be looking right. Aliens do not look like what media portrayed them to be. Yeah, you would know, Wordplay, you're part of the Illuminati. Of course you would know. Where'd you get your information? Jeffrey Epstein's still alive, and Maxwell is free and has a poorly dressed double in jail. You're funny, Queef. Queef, you gonna enter into the raffle? How about you, Wordplay? You gonna enter into the raffle? Illuminati. Yeah, okay. Yeah. You're watching, you're behind then. Everyone. All right, I wrote it so you guys can get it in real time. All right, so those are my takes on that. Let me go to that one that you were talking about, Cult House. So, Cult House. There's an urban legend on the location of the Cosart Road in Chadsford, often called Devil's Road or the Cult House, another historical non-urban legend. The site is Kelpish Cave in Philadelphia. You won the last round. Want someone else? No. Participate. You don't. This is a brand new one. You be greedy. Go. It, like, the whole point about it is to just go and just partake, so we have some engagement. It brings more people in, and people see you guys in it, then it's going to bring more people in. You know, it's one of those things. It's to garnish the people to jump in the chat. All right, so located in southeastern Pennsylvania, it's near the Delaware border. This area is steeped in local lore and has been a popular spot for teenagers seeking a scare for decades. The legend is, the stories claim the area was settled by a secretive group, sometimes associated with a satanic cult or branch of the DuPont family that engaged in inbreeding and infanticide. Is that like The Hills Have Eyes, Mondo? Is that like the same folk from The Hills Have Eyes, that kind of ones? It kind of strikes me as that. The Cult House. A mansion at the very end of the road, which was rumored to be the center of these activities, often described as having cross-shaped trim on the windows. No space, Wordplay, no space on the. You got to put exclamation raffle, no space. Okay, you got a space there. Then space between your number, right? So. Okay, and key features is there's bent trees. Locals claim trees along the road bend away from the Cult House in a 45-degree angle, usually due to curse or evil presence. Interesting. Hills Have Eyes is based on a West Virginia lore. Okay. All right, so red trucks. Persistent, often reported. Part of the legend is that visitors are chased off the road by security in black SUVs or red trucks. Interesting. That's interesting. All right, reality. Let's read this. Many accounts, including those from the residents, suggest the cult is just a myth. The houses are private homes, and the chasing is often done by residents or other teenagers. The trees are likely the result of old power line maintenance. Okay. Interesting. So, what's the other one? All right. So, the Anunnaki nuclear war. Based on interpretations of Sumerian tablets and work of the Zechariah Stigton, the Anunnaki nuclear war refers to an alleged incident cataclysmic nuclear conflict caused by power struggles between gods. This war has resulted in the bombing of the 5 cities in Jordan Plain, including Sodom and Gomorrah, destroying Sumerian civilization and Anunnaki's own Earth bases. Okay. All right, so this theory has details of the conflict, which the war was part of a power struggle, notably involving Enlil's attacks against the Enki clan, culminating in the decision to use weapons of mass destruction to eliminate their opponents. Destruction of Sumer. Nuclear detonations caused a contaminated wind that destroyed the Sumerian culture, leading to the collapse of civilization and the destruction of the spaceport of Sinai. Interesting. Evidence cited. Proponents point to evidence in ancient texts as an Epic of Gilgamesh, along with the archaeological find of radioactive skeletons and Libyan glass, Libyan desert glass. And I think that's the one you were talking about, Mondo. Yeah, that's the one. All right. Context. The Anunnaki are depicted as extraterrestrials from the planet Nibiru, who came to Earth to mine gold, and through this conflict caused their own destruction. Dang. That's almost like the Mayan people, man. Like the Mayans having that same problem. So that is interesting. There's a lot of stuff is spoken in many religions. But here's the theory for you, Mondo, regarding glass found, and it not nuclear, but glass found. I would say a few thousand years ago. Let's give it about 8,000 years ago. There is evidence of a meteorite hitting Egypt. Could it be that before the pyramids were even built, there's like this meteor that actually hit Egypt, but it didn't. It was hot enough to melt to make glass. Because if you heat up sand hot enough, it becomes glass. And if something like a space object hits that place, couldn't it create that kind of glass? It's just a question, Mondo. You let me know. But I think that's what that is. It could be that, rather than it being the Anunnaki, because the Anunnaki are not really beings that we could prove existed at all. All we have is just like theories. But if you have physical evidence of something being made, I would lead it to more meteorite than it being a conspiracy. Because a lot of the other conspiracies, there's really no evidence of it. But there's some like kind of notion, urban legend stuff to stick with it. But the Anunnaki from the planet X, Nibiru coming here and everything, that all that stuff could be plausible. But we still need that alien disclosure first. Like, let's get that alien disclosure of the life contact and everything, when it happened, and are these the Anunnaki that we're thinking about? Anunnaki are I think the white-faced, white hair, blue-eyed people. Like, they're very fair-skinned. They have like white hair, and those are the ones that are depicted as angels in ancient texts. So, all right, so that's the top 10 here. Let me see. Do I have any other? Nope, I don't have any other conspiracy theories to go off of. Queeth, did you have a conspiracy theory you wanted to speak about, or you wordplay? Do you have a conspiracy you want to speak about? You can come into the Discord if you want. If not, let me end this here for the entries. And let's go ahead and pick a winner. And we're Wordplay. Oh man, wordplay. Congratulations, wordplay. Let me DM you. You're at work. All right, it's all good, man. No worries, no worries. Wordplay. Look at you, bro. I'm just gonna send Holly one just cause for her time, because she was really sweet. I'm gonna send this to you now, wordplay. Golly, man, this is funny. You're like, oh, I don't want to win. And then look at you, wordplay, getting the luck. Look at you with your luck, bro. Crazy luck. Holly show one. I know, it's all good. I'll just send her one. I know, man. Well, DTW, you didn't freaking put in for the dang raffle, so how are we supposed to know, man? Like, if you guys want to partake, you got to be in the chat, man. Like, how am I supposed to know? Can't do anything to help y'all. All right, so we do that. And do another. All right. Cool. So let me wrap up. Do my wrap up, y'all. Now, guys, we didn't really learn anything other than conspiracies are a dime a dozen. Do you think the government would lose all power if they announced approval of aliens? Nah. It wouldn't be there wouldn't be any loss in the government confidence. Only reason that would happen is if they release how long they've known. And and there's like a direct cover up, like they've known, they refuse to release it, and that like they don't care. That's the kind of like thing that would come out of that. That's the only piece that I could see where government loses their ability to control the populace or to govern. People have to lose confidence in the government. I'm not sure that would happen that way, but it's not likely. But I would say in the lower 30% range. There's still positive 70% on my end of what I'm thinking, that people would still be following what the government's leadership and whatnot. That's how I would take it. Those are my thoughts on it. All right. So interesting. There we are. So quoted text. There we go. And we'll hold on to this. And then find Holly. Wordplay. I believe the government, it would crumble the government. The government rely heavily on religions. They rely heavily on religions to make their laws, but I don't see them being used as a way to like explain why they didn't release the files that they had. I think it would be more of a socioeconomic problem, like the more of the world than the United States. Now, we wouldn't look at this as like, okay, the U.S. government crumbles because they release it. No. The entire society and as a whole will just collapse on itself, and mass panic and chaos would ensue. no one will go to work. Our country was founded on certain principles that are found in the Bible. Yeah, morally wise, yes. The Bible morally has some weight to how our laws are made, and the idea of liberty and freedom and whatnot is something that should be a birthright for a lot of U.S. citizens, right? So yes, I agree that part there, wordplay, but I don't see it as like making the notion of the just destabilization of government. I don't see that happening, because then like you reveal something so massive, so large, that like revealing like we have had alien contact. People are going to look to the government to like, okay, so how come they haven't come back? How come they haven't shown themselves to us? And if they say, well, we told them not to because we wanted to be able to control you sheeple. Well, it depends on which morals of the Bible. Southern slave owners justify the Bible to justify slavery. Yes, they did. Yes. But that was a distortion, right? That's a cognitive distortion. That's cognitive dissonance. They were using the message of the Bible to kind of distort the message. All right. And I don't think that's like something that should have ever been allowed, but because of the times, I remember the times, they have those times have changed. The idea of slavery in that instance is completely appalling, right? Are there variations of this slavery and in the world? Yes. Is it depicted in the same way as it was in the past? No. There's like legal versions of it. Persia was the first civilization to create Bill of Rights and equality for all citizens. I'm running how now we are fighting for the same rights. I know, Mondo, it sucks, man. Constitution loses based on the Bible. Yep, it is. It is. Yeah. And with, certain countries and whatnot like that, what you were mentioning, Mondo, like some of that stuff with the whole alien reveal might mess up a lot of things, like stock market's going to fall freaking apart. World leaders will probably resign because they have direct knowledge of this and they refuse to tell people. Rebellion of all government for the people that are governed by these people in other countries. I doubt we'll see it in the U.S., but it could happen based on protests. It's just to be another protest. The other thing I could see happening is people stop going to work. They'll just stop caring. They'll say, why even make an attempt to do the basics when it's all for naught? Because we are the inferior species anyway, so why are we going to go ahead and make an attempt to do something good for ourselves? That's how I see it. That's my take on it. With that wrap up that we're going to do here, adding to that part that you were mentioning with the aliens wordplay, is not much was learned. Just like knowledge was being spread of what we know for conspiracies. Like you can look all of them up, the ones that you have. So I don't think we gave our fellow man enough credit in this country. The most extreme right-leaning and left-leaning individuals make 22 hours of the news day, which is 11% of the population. Yep, if the government tells people to be moral and good people, which is based on Bible ideology, what happens when it comes out to be lies and we continue to be good, or do we do as we please? All right. That's a two-parter there. It has two different answers. I'm going to say yes and no. Why? Okay, here we go. Yes for this. You can still be moral without using the Bible as a daily reference. You could take all the core concepts of what the Bible is, apply it to your daily life without it being a hindrance, right? Do as we please is a part of that, okay? You are allowed to do things, whatever you want, just as long as you're not morally unjust when you're doing them. The no side is the Bible could cause, to know that it's all a lie, could cause anarchy. It could cause the purge, right? So people would just murder just because they'd be like, well, why? I was told it was a sin, but guess what? That doesn't exist. So I could just shoot you right now, like that kind of stuff, right? So they could have those kinds of things as like that would cause all kinds of problems. But again, these are just thought experiments. They're not things that would happen, because I think as the United States is so heavily, we regard ourselves heavily on the fact that we are a moral, just country, that we follow the law, even though the law is based on things that shouldn't exist. But I have a strong notion that how we conduct ourselves as a government and a people, that we had the elections, we vote for people that we want in, we vote for people that we want to represent us. We have those things, but I could see how it could sway the other way too. But I'm going to lean towards more of it might not collapse. It might cause a little bit of friction, government distrust and whatnot. Like we already have it, but confidence might drop a little bit more. You can't, but hang on. The rest of us know better than to let everything that we work for to fall into disarray. Well, yeah, that's a percentage of the population cap. Quinqueve says that depends if you follow all 600 plus laws on the OT says you must do. Yeah. You can't be moral because all religions would be held in question. It would come down to, do we believe what they say is moral? To be moral is just because they say it's good. All right. Wordplay. If you had no religion, a part of your stuff, and no morals, would you think all life is precious? Like that's the question for yourself. Is all life precious? And if you can't answer that, then you were just never a morally just person to begin with, because you should feel self-preservation, and you should also have some empathy for the other person. That self-preservation is key, right? You don't want to see someone get hurt. Does it bother you? Because a morally just person would not want to see someone get hurt physically, right? It would bother you too much. Like, do you have any kind of feelings when you see an animal like in the street suffering? Like, do you feel bad for that thing? Those are the kind of things that like bring up morals for me. Regardless of your religion, ideology, the Bible is a tool, no different than a hammer or a screwdriver. Use a tool with intended purpose to solve a problem, misuse it, and turn it into a weapon. Yeah. If an alien runs for president, I'm voting for him. Nice. I hate that people think you need to have religion and have morals. Yeah, you don't need religion for morals. You could, like I said, core concepts of the Bible, but you don't need the Bible to run your life. Just you could take what's good about the Bible, because the good part of it is that it teaches you to be a morally just person, forgiving people, and to support your fellow man, be kind to others, all that stuff, right? Take all those concepts, but what you don't need to do is look through the friggin' Apostle Matthew and looking at like, oh, he who has like greatness becomes the great, and you should be one to not use your spoils for personal gain, but to giveth to all who need, right? That means like I have to just not have wealth and just share my stuff with everybody. No, you be greedy don't mean nothing. All right, you could just say, no, I don't want to give you my sandwich. Get out of here and kick them. All right. Or, you know, you got all this money, but you ordered DoorDash, right? And you have the person walk all through the rain and you tip them $1. Yeah, that's you being greedy. You don't want to freaking get that extra $1, but the person went through all that freaking stuff to just give you a damaged burger, you know, cheeseburger, and then you go and claim that it's damaged and you get your money back. That's greedy. Yeah, take advantage of the systems. There's nothing wrong with that. I would argue that the short man from Germany would see things differently. I'm sure he believes he was doing was moral. And that wordplay is where I was saying it can sway the other way. He gassed all those people and believed it was moral. Yeah. Oh, you did, Holly? Oh man, damn. I wasn't being conspicuous. I was very, very conspicuous. Stop stealing DJ's content, interviews, and get your own. Antoine, what's up, man? Thank you for the engagement. You rock, bro. Appreciate it. No one's stealing anybody's content, by the way. Like, there's the Amazing series is over, but don't push a reboot. It's like, you know, Antoine, I'll tell you this. If you saw a baby crying, okay, would you feel bad? Because I saw a baby crying, and you know, I was doing the Amazing series, I was trolling, I was having a good time doing all the fitty stuff, and the dude started crying. What am I supposed to do now? I can't let the baby cry. And now, but the baby thinks the baby's big bad boy now because I stopped him from crying. Like, come on. You can't go boo-hoo, boo-hoo, victim, victim, victim. All right. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, yeah, you know, I stopped it. No, motherfucker, I stopped it. I gave you the opportunity to shut the hell up. We could, you know, as all series, there's reboots, you know, campaigns. Enough reboot campaigns, we can bring it back up. It's no bother to me. I got plenty of content to use on this guy, and especially what happened this past weekend. Oh my gosh. You don't think I watched my op? Come on. I hadn't talked about him once today. I know. Crazy. Psychopaths, man. You got Ski over there fucking ruining his streams. He's down to like 15 people watching. He can't even get a rub from K. K can't even boost this dude. Like, what? You can't even get a rub from freaking K. You coming at me, bro. I came at you because you're the bigger channel that told me to get my stuff, to do it my own. And I did. Well, okay. Now you're crying about it. I did my thing, trolled the hell out of you, got monetized. That was the plan. Like, that was, bro, you don't understand. That was the plan the whole entire time. Use you for what you were, content fuel, and I tossed you aside. It's easy for me to do because I didn't need you. I used you for content. You're my locale. I milk, and then I tossed you aside, bro. You're boring. You got boring when you started crying. You know, instead of trying to fight back with words and doing it back, just like you said in them other things, you didn't do that. You cried, you whined, you made this whole thing victim this, victim that, and then you tried to strike my channel. You made it not fun. You made it like, oh, baby's crying. I guess I'm done. You ain't making fun no more. Only thing that would his channel. Only thing that would something his channel is us Defro P Gang. You're saying end the channel? Gang. I mean, Piggy Gang's on point right now. Like, wordplay, bro. I stopped it. DJ needs to be careful. Kay said he would run, leaving DJ depressed and lonely. Shout out Antoine, 3 subscribers. That's what I'm saying. Help. Oh, the only thing that would help his channel. Yeah. Wordplay. If dude was smart, he would have capitalized on all this. He could have had, like, if he wasn't such a douchebag, he could have just tried to have a conversation in the background. He would have tried to, like, make things, like, better, smooth it over, not try to cause any riffles and just chaos everything. No. The stuff that's happening to DJ is DJ's fault. He shares his accounts to the chat. Bro, you have ops in the chat. Those people that aren't talking are your ops. And you shared your freaking accounts, dude. Like, common sense. Like, you were streaming on FedEx. You got fired. Cause and effect. How is it my fault? And stealing your content, reactionary content, is not stealing. You said dumb stuff. I put a video out. I talk about dumb stuff. It's not a problem. You're trying to abuse the copyright system, and guess what, DJ? That shit's gonna come back on you tenfold. Anything, like you say, you get these little W's, dude. Pay attention, DJ. Pay attention. The little wins you're getting are getting overlapped by the L's. And I mean, like, overlapped. You need to tread lightly, and you have to be careful, because what you do online, people are watching you, man. And I've been telling you that. Plead the fifth on everything you're doing. Don't tell anybody your plans, but you're like the worst Bond villain, bro. You got to tell everybody your whole thing. Like, H-Way even had to tell you, bro, you just gave the playbook. I gotta win. And this is what I'm gonna do. Here's the situation. Plan A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Like, bro, shut the hell up. I don't think it ever occurred to Dennis that some of us don't care about being monetized. Right. We just want to watch the world burn. Yo, and that's the dangerous part that this guy doesn't understand. Little does DJ knows he's hacking his stuff. Yeah, none of us doing it. And dude, you have Ski up there destroying you, and you're allowing it. And Ski's using me as the scapegoat. DJ, you have not been a concern for me ever since I ended the Amazing series. I have not thought about you at all. It's not your fault DJ decided to poke the bear even after many warnings. And another thing too, Wordplay, very, very, very noted. Like I have said very, very, very many times, you should have been quiet. Should have left it alone. Never bring me up ever again. And unfortunately, the stuff that's happening to you, self-inflicted wound, but I'm not part of any of that. This is just people saw a green light and they started going for it because you put out so much of your information out there. Too many people know about you, and you got yourself in trouble. Kay is on a villain arc with Dennis. I don't think he's emotionally or intellectually ready for it. Not at all. He can't shut up because he wants to be that guy. You don't get it. No. Nope.
Not that guy. You missed the baskets in 5K. Yep, you're right. I'm not that guy.
He's not that guy, Wordplay. Kay is scared of Kay. You mean DJ is scared of Kay because he's openly gay black dude. Yeah. Dennis can't get away with the racism. He pushes on the whites. Yep. Yep, I got you. He literally only caused 500 or more problems on himself with just his words. Yeah. Sure did. And if DJ's watching this end here, you're literally caused this front on yourself. But DJ, if you are watching this, if you have the patience to just get to the end of this, or you have one of your ops looking and they're saying, watch what BVaz saying, watch what BVaz saying. I just want you to understand this. Your name could be said on my channel, and I don't have to block people. Go check them out. Literally. Go check out DJ. Go see the stupid stuff he's doing. And then come back here and laugh at it. But, dude, you're not a priority here. You've never been a priority. The priority was to get monetized. using the fastest way forward. Reactionary content. Now that we are monetized, I can do whatever the hell I want. I don't care, bro. I don't need the freaking cash. I'm literally like giving away the freaking things. Like the cash that was given to me, I'm literally giving it away. But you need it. But you gotta be careful there, DJ. You're not doing anything to earn it. You going live for 10 minutes, you might as well do a pre-recorded video. If you go live for less than an hour and a half to 2 hours, you might as well not even do a video on live. You might as well just do a pre-recorded video and chunk it up into parts. 15 minutes or less, bro, pre-recorded video. Half an hour or less, pre-recorded video. 45 minutes or less, pre-recorded video. He says, literally an algorithm. Yeah. He was telling Chicago pull up, but the only way to pull up is to have boarding pass. Yeah, like, you can't be tough at a spot that you can't, like, nobody can get in. The hell? He's watching this whole thing. Not likely it would be a few brain cells that do too much thinking. Yeah. I didn't catch that Bayou what I'll mean. Kevin, you can see how I didn't tell LA to pull up, right? Come on, BVaz. And is proud of his $200 a month, 90 hours a week, right? Yo. So, you're funny, Scott. But look, dude said he made $47 or something on his analytics. That's not a flex, man. You made $3,000 in a year. That's not a flex. On AdSense, you made $3,000 in a year. That's not a flex, man. Like, that's low IQ, poor quality content. That's on you. You did it. You don't put any effort. You don't think about your stuff. You don't plan forward. Like, Kay was trying to give you that game. Kay and I have had conversations about this in the past. Yo, Jay Demon, yeah, he's a clown. We're playing. I remember a couple months ago, and Dennis said the presidents in Los Angeles, nobody knew who he was. He would speak feuding gangs. Yeah, and no one bothered him. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome here, OJ. Thank you, sir. He said he wants to go to Chicago and tell the gangsters stop being gangsters to be nice black people. Nah, he would have looked like Jesse Smollett after that. He would have put a freaking noose around his neck, and he would have been like painting a black guy on him, like, yo, I mean, these guys, they came around, they put this thing over me while I was getting my Starbucks. Come on, man. Your content's whack, bro. And you know what else is stupid? Have y'all guys noticed that he's doing reruns? Like the greatest hits? What's his greatest hits? The blacks? Talks about the blacks. Me. Talks about me. Right? Talks about his finances, because it's always a financial audit with this guy. And what's the other one? The building. The empty building. Cat and DJ would have got kicked off the block in LA, not like other places. Me. Yeah, you too. Single mothers, Joe Money Monday. Thank you very much for that. Single mothers. Like the greatest hits. He's mostly just hating on you and white people now. Yeah. He's gonna end up living in that building. Watch. Ain't gonna be living in that building. No, guys. Nope. Sure enough, ain't. Taxes still haven't been paid. And we're at what, February 21st? Let's see. Last time, I haven't checked this in a while, y'all. Let's see what's going on over here. Let's see. When you're scrolling down. Oh, jeez. Look at that, y'all. Does that look like it says net due? That was like you owe some money, sir. What happened to this? You gotta pay that because it was paid $218, and you said that it's gonna be paid. Nope. The last payment was 7/9/2025. How come the previous owners can pay their stuff, but you can't? Chicago's got one of the highest concentrations of cold cases and murders from age 11 to 18 in the United States, and Dennis thinks he's going to go to Chicago to talk to games. Nah, he ain't going to talk to games. You're going to get your ass kicked. Also, BVaz. But BVaz, the IRS doesn't care if taxes aren't getting paid. It's the owner's responsibility. Nah. The minute he took possession of that property, it's his responsibility. Also, BVaz Jesus says he's going to be talking about you for the next few months. That's fine. I literally don't need to talk about this guy because he's a joke. And anything he said he debunked, okay, he didn't debunk. All right? You can't word salad your way out of this situation you're in. Your sports books are all done. You're scared of sports betting. Why? Because you don't have cash. Whose fault? Yours. You ruined it. You violated TOS. All the sports books know. And next week, he said he was going to get his sports books back. That shit ain't happening. Imagine crashing into a mailbox. Yeah, I haven't crashed into a mailbox. And I wasn't even driving a truck when I would be working. I wouldn't be driving. And if I drove a truck, right, at one of my jobs, if I was ever doing this for like mail or anything like that, I'd pay so much attention to the road and what I was doing. I could not. I'd be so freaking terrified because of the dang DOT regulations you have to follow. But again, DJ, you're not a priority to this channel. You were a locale that I milked for content. You were not something that was needed. You were just a catalyst. You were a stepping stone. He's watching this live right now, crying. Probably. It's just so freaking ridiculous. Like, dude, he owes these taxes. Like, what are you going to say about this? How are you going to explain your way out of that, DJ? How are you going to explain, like, you don't even prove your analytics to K? Like, where's your analytic sources? Like, bruh, when people ask you about your analytics stuff, you got to show it. Like, show it. You got to show the whole damn thing. You go in the studio and you show it. All right, you go to, look, I still got the copyright strike thingy, and that's going to go away, just so you know, because he hasn't filed for anything. You go to the analytics, and you show these numbers. You show these numbers. Like, they want to see this stuff. Don't show, like, the hidden pieces. Show the whole thing. When I was talking about you, DJ, this is what I was talking about you. And then I was like, it's not fun anymore. So now, yeah, it drops because I don't want to talk about you no more. You're not fun. It's not fun to make fun of you because you cry. That's what they mean by showing it. These are bragging about making $50 an hour, 53. Yeah, $53. But most of you is coming outside the USA and put fine on it. Yeah. 90% of DJ's views are skis alts. Yeah. Okay, destroy him in the nicest way possible. Yep. Imagine went live openly bashing FedEx and alone get you fired. Yes. You don't talk about your previous employer like that. Yeah, he flexed $53. Okay. Wow. Demographics would say a lot about someone buying views because most bot farms come outside the USA and meet East China. Yeah. Like, I stopped talking about DJ, the views are dropping because I'm pivoting. So it's going to be a dip. No one's going to jump right away into this stuff because I got to garner the audience to come in and wanting to hear what we got to say. And, changing the direction is going to be a little tough, but you got to just stay consistent at it. And then over time, people are going to see that this is a different thing. And it's going to create a movement. reactionary content. I could just go right now and just start doing some stuff on freaking DSP, and I'll get attraction. I'll get traction. I'll do something on Jumani. I'll get attraction. All right. I got so many locales I can milk off of. I'll get traction. But reactionary content, I feel, should be special. I should leave it for a special day. Guess what? Today's a special day. So yeah, let's talk about you. Viewer's choice. You want to talk about DJ? Let's talk about fucking DJ. Yeah, Ski is a weirdo. It feels better to be here anyway. Rage baiting 20 in the box ain't worth it, right? I would not want to go and put y'all in a situation where you have to, like, you cannot look away because you want to see the next crash out. That's DJ's life. His life is a joke. Like, that's why we watch. We watch to laugh. We don't watch to cry with you. We watch to laugh at you. You should cover Eli once in a while without playing his content. He tends to strike you if you play his stuff. Oh, there's a way around it. You could strike all you want. There's a way around it. Mondo. The racism is the most annoying. Yeah, it is. It's really bad. How does Ski work at a bank during banking hours? He's on live with Dennis. I don't think he works at a bank. I think he works as a security. I think he works as a security guard. He's a security guard, and it was a red bricked building, and it looked like a red brick building in Pittsburgh. Hang on a second. Red brick buildings in Pittsburgh. Let's see. With large parking garage. Nope. Don't worry, Ski. You kind of showed your geolocation here, so I'll be able to find it. I'll find it. I'll know exactly where he was parking at. Don't worry, man. We'll get it. We're good at that stuff. I might have to change cities, but it looked something like this. It looked something like that. Whatever that was. But it was a little bit more government-y. Kind of like something like that. Yeah, it was something like this. At this point, DJ should just get insurance on the building, and then magically something happens, and he collects all the money. No. So we're gonna bang as part of Ski's trolling. I would say so, because no dignified person would talk the way he talks and work at a bank. No respectable person would say the things, the vile that he says, and work at a bank. No person would have ears missing from the side of his head, because them bitches is sunk the fuck in, y'all. That's his picture, by the way. He's got a sunk in ear. That thing, it like completely is inside. He has none of this. It is it's literally buried in here. Like, it is completely gone. I'm like, bro, you don't have an ear. Holy crap. I clipped that shit. You've been damn right I fucking clipped that thing. I was clipping it. I was like, golly, this dude got no freaking ear. Oh, you guys curious if I clipped it? You guys want to see? Damn right I clipped that shit. There's no way I wasn't gonna. See that? The fuck's wrong with your ear, Ski? The hell? Y'all see that shit? How your head eating your whole earlobe, bro? Like, how is this disappeared? You got no freaking ear. And then his hairline, bro. He's got the LeBron James hairline. Yo, Ski, you ain't got the hang time. You say you got cornrows. Nah, bro. You got no rolls on the friggin' top of your head. You need to go bald, my guy. Oh, this clip is from, I think, 2 days ago. I think DJ was still in California and they were trying to roast me. But Ski, you showed your ears. You kind of proved my point, man. You proved my point that you look like what I see. And where's this? Let me go here to let me open up the dashboard here. And you look like that, dude. Yeah, you canned up on purpose. Hell yeah, you canned up on purpose. If you guys are members, you could do that. So yeah, Ski, this is how you look. You're fucking weirdo. Your hairline's missing. Like, this is all bald right here. How the hell you have cornrows, but your cornrows don't even start right here. This is the top of your head. Your cornrows start at the back of your head. That's not freaking hair. All right? No, that's not how we do things. That is not how we do things. So Ski, shave your head. DJ, pay your taxes. Y'all motherfuckers act like I don't know how to roast. DJ, you get cooked so bad, and I tell you, I really don't care, because you're gonna cry. You're gonna be like, oh, he's stealing my content. Oh, he's stealing my content, my hard work. And then you're like, you don't even try. Like, how is your hard work? The fuck? You smell like shit and onions. You didn't shower today, obviously. You said you were gonna go teach kids smell like shit and onions. And then you freaking say you don't try, and then I'm stealing your content, bro. I milked you, got what I wanted, the monetization, chucked you away, and you're freaking mad because you were banged and dumped, bro. I plowed you real good, and I tossed you aside. And I'm sorry that's what that feels like, but that's what happens, okay? When you have ran your course because you played victim, you didn't make it fun, you didn't make it interesting, and you wah, and I'm like, all right, no, we're not going to do this no more because it's stupid. I'm not getting anything out of it. You don't know how to get anything out of it. Your numbers are dropping. Your channel is completely crashing and burning, and you're just like, oh, I can't pivot. No shit, you can't pivot. Treating like a $40. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, wordplay. I spent even less than that. Okay? We spent less than 40. We negotiated $5. we put up a Lincoln, bro. Yeah. Because that crack rock, yeah, I mean. You're not interesting. You don't bring flavor to the content, bro. You're the broiled chicken with no seasoning. All right? That's you. You're flavorless. You're trying to say you're lit and you got all this and all that. No, you're not. You're dusty, you're dirty, you smell like shit and onions. You got Ski as your friggin' pocket boy toy. That's your yes man. And then you got the nerve to say you hate yes men? And Ski is a yes man? Nav's a yes man? Maverick is a delusional yes man that talks to himself because he has alt accounts that he talks to himself with. Your channel's full of weirdos, bro. The people that are like sane and like got a rational brain are over here talking with me because they want to have some type of dialogue. They want to be able to talk about things and challenge themselves and not have to run back into the freaking the same routine of your your 5 greatest hits. We don't care about that no more. It's old, and you keep rehashing the same story. So what? $20,000 was lost. That's your fault, DJ. You made the decision, not me. You made the decision to talk about anal bleeding after you got hit by a freaking, like, a car that nudged you a little bit on your butt when you were driving the motorcycle. You didn't talk about it when you got rammed from the back when you was in Vegas by the dang SUV. Never said anything about back pain then. You talked about it when you got hit on the live. We talked about anal bleeding. I gotta go to the hospital. I got back pain. I need the physical therapy so I can get my insurance claim. You said all that. I didn't say all that. You said all that. I'm just repeating what you said. Don't forget trolling Armando's still there, just trolling him as usual. You're gonna say he's white now because he likes white people season chicken. Exactly. His channel's chalked. Yeah, everybody went away. Hell yeah, it's the bisexual. No, I wouldn't say bisexual. I think he's straight. I think he's straight, like, into the others. Oh, you finished your copyright strikes? DJ, do you know that abusing the copyright tool can get you in trouble? Thank you for writing that. It's now noted. You are in trouble, sir. You have to be careful for abusing the copyright system. YouTube knows about this. They've known for a couple of days now, and they've been doing a thorough review of your channel and your strikes against me. So you know what happens when you do false copyright strikes, right? I hope you realize what's going on. If it wasn't bad enough for you what happened to you today, you need to be very careful, DJ, because I'm taking steps too to make sure you don't go around false striking people. Yeah. See, and you know what's funny? He talked all this smack here, right? But he just doesn't understand that these things he's doing are now historical record, because I have a replay chat. I have the chat now. You see this here? I'm recording this whole entire stream. It's not on just Callie Hawkins. So, DJ, this whole stream's recorded. Okay? It's recorded even in my own private server. Yeah. I did not show any on this stream, but I would always pause his video during, add commentary, and play. Just so you know, that falls under fair use. And dude, false copyright striking me is going to destroy your channel. There's an internal review right now about you abusing the copyright claim system. DJ, there is a internal review of your channel, okay, of you abusing it on me. DJ, there is an internal review of your whole entire channel of threatening me with imminent threat and harm if I ever go to Youngstown. DJ, instead of shutting up and leaving everything alone and not talking about me, you have ruined your own life, sir. All you had to do was just stop. No one was thinking about you. No one cared about you. You think you got all these freaking people behind you. You don't. You're not as important as you think you are. You're very delusional, bro. You need to go and get your freaking like mental health in check. If you ain't willing to do that. Yeah, he stopped typing. He ran away. He ran away. How is that my fault? No, he's not. I don't have anybody blocked on here. The only one that's blocked is the one with the lawyer thing. Then his channel was cooked after he catfished Christina Bach. Yeah. Yeah. He gave Christina keys to the back office, bro. She was controlling his channel. Where is he talking about? He does nothing the entire stream. And that's what I'm saying. He sits and he plays on his phone, right? He's playing on his phone, and he's checked out. Ski's talking for like 30 minutes. Wait, YouTube of harm, you've done stealing my restream my active live. I'm doing it right now. Keep at it. What? What active live? What are you talking about? What were you streaming your active live? You are abusing the copyright system, DJ, and now you are going to be, your channel's done. Your channel is done if you keep this up, man. Do you understand abusing the copyright system has implications of your whole entire channel going bye-bye? Like, dude, if you lose this channel, what are you going to do with yourself, man? The New Year's, oh, wow, DJ, that's transformative work. You're allowed to do that. You don't have an idea what fair use is. You have no idea of fair use. And DJ, you got to be ready. You can't just keep throwing copyright strike. You understand that you have to wait for a process to clear first before you throw another one? You can't do multiple ones. YouTube is going to look at that and seeing you're abusing the system. Bruh, you are not wise right now. Like, if I was you, you need to retract all the ones except for the one that you got a notification for. Because YouTube's already looking into your stuff, man. They will, like, you're abusing the copyright system. My advice to you, leave only the one that went through. All the others, you need to retract them. Because you, DJ, all you need is 3 and you're done. If they say you abused it, okay, hold up. Let's just make it like this because DJ doesn't listen. We got to show AI because, you know, he don't listen to humans. Let's go to new chat. All right, DJ, paying attention? What happens if I am found to be abusing the copyright claim system on YouTube? Here you go. Your best friend in the world there, DJ. Mine's Grok because it's better than that. If you're found to be abusing YouTube's copyright claim removal systems, such as by repeatedly submitting false, fraudulent, bad faith copyright claims or takedown requests against content you don't actually own or have rights to, there could be serious consequences to both YouTube and potentially under U.S. law, since YouTube operates under the DMCA framework. DJ, you got to be very careful, bro. YouTube actively works to detect and prevent abuse of their copyright tools, including content ID claims, manual removal requests via web form, and other. They have a dedicated teams reviewing invalid or abuse account termination. YouTube states they terminate tens of thousands of accounts each year for abusing copyright tools. If they determine you're knowingly misusing the system, e.g., submitting fraudulent claims repeatedly, your channel account can be permanently terminated. This removes all your videos and prevents you from creating new channels in many cases. Rejection of abuse requests. In their transparency reports, YouTube rejects a portion of removal requests. Example given 6% via public web form, and recent data flagged abusive, false, and rejected review. Persistent abuse escalates beyond rejections and enforcement action. As other restrictions, misuse can lead to loss of access to certain tools or features, though the main hammer account level action. YouTube official wording from their help pages warns, do not submit false information. Misuse of our processes, such as submitting fraudulent documentation, may result in termination of your account or other legal consequences. Abuse often involves patterns like mass false claims, extortion attempts, pay or I'll keep striking your videos, or claiming your content clearly you don't own. Bruh, misusing this system is gonna be bad for you. I strongly recommend, bruh, that you retract all the ones except for the one that went through, because that's the one that I returned a counter for. But you're abusing the copyright system. So Holly, DJ said you offered him to have him fly out so he could smash you. Dennis, I'm waiting for Olive Garden to take out Betterment Aisle and tell them to pull up. You're in Boardman, Cap. Yo, go to 21 West Federal. Take a photo and send it to me. Just send it to me, man. DJ, you need to stop. You need to stop. You're getting these little W's, man. Like, okay, you got one copyright that went through. You got one privacy thing that went through. You're abusing the copyright system now. Your termination of your account's going to happen. Oh, and by the way, privacy request removal that's done by YouTube based on like the thingies, they're not a community guideline strike, by the way, just so you know. They just removed the video. They private it. I had no control over that. They just private it. I can't make that release in public. But what I can do is this, guys. The Amazing series can move to Patreon. So if you guys want to donate $5 to the Patreon, I'll open up a Patreon and upload the Amazing series on the Patreon, complete with unedited data. I could do that. See, I could take down the Amazing series, DJ. Like that's not a problem. I could put it behind paywalls. I mean, that's easy. But I mean, I don't know how you're going to stop it, because I'm using fair use. I haven't done anything crazy. They tell you don't do that, and you got to stop. Don't abuse this process, man. You don't have it. The Amazing Hustler, you should be ashamed of yourself. Exactly. He's abusing the copyright tool system, and damn, the devil worshiper BVaz, got you again. Yo, that's funny as hell, guys. That Kate called me a devil worshiper. I was dying. I like wrote her. I texted her a DM. I said, "Kay, I can't believe you call me a devil worshiper." Oh my gosh. He's trying to say I have no morals. No, man, I'm a troll, bro. Like, nah, I'm not a demon. I'm just a troll. Fiddy's my hero. You know, Fiddy bought a building and evicted Jim Jones from his studio. What? Like, that's epic trolling, my guy. Like, DJ, did you really think just coming on this channel here and typing all this stuff was going to be beneficial to you? And don't try to think you can retract everything and delete it. I have a historical record. As DJ say, stop talking about it, and then come on the channel and being a victim and complain. Exactly. If I was listening to that stream in the gym today, when Kay started talking about devil worshiping, I could not make sense of what she was talking about. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, it was me. It was me she was talking about. Have you seen the footage of Jim Jones kicking the studio door? Yeah, he could barely kick it too. They were telling him, like, they're trolls in the comment section. They were saying, "Hey, this is why you don't skip leg day." and then after he buys the building, he sends out the footage and he tells Jim Jones, "Hey, bro, you got till Monday to replace those doors." He says he got till Monday to replace the doors. Oh my gosh. And DJ said Monday he was gonna go ahead and submit his counter to the thing for the arbitration. He said he already passed his time. He already passed the time. It's gonna get removed. He hasn't submitted it in time. Should have done it like 2 weeks ago. But it is what it is. It's not my fault, you know. Yeah, hit that like button, guys. Even though, you know, this dude says there's not that many people here. I don't care. So he was gonna stream 8 hours today doing Spark. Yeah, like, dude, you screwed yourself, man. Like, you're afraid to sports bet. You know, your accounts are all getting hijacked, and I don't know how that's happening. He's gonna film himself going to the police station. Yeah, it didn't happen. Yeah, it didn't happen. Like, you gotta be like crazy to think that all the information you kind of like put out there, that no one was recording it and stuff. And you know, the person you hold closest to you could be the person who's doing all the dirt, man. Everything that I've revealed is stuff that you publicly shared. That's all it is. I've only shared the public stuff that you've been sharing. See, he's going to be streaming all day, all night, and get where it didn't last a day. No, not at all. DJ is his own worst enemy. He doesn't know how to do YouTube, because if he did, he would. The best way to do YouTube is, hey guys, tomorrow I'll be streaming from 3 to 6. We're going to continue our stream from today. We're going to part 2 this, and it's going to be Viewer's Choice Part 2, because there's so much stuff going on that we can't just stop it. And if Viewer's Choice ends up being about DJ, then fuck you, then that's what it is. It ends up about being DJ. You got a special hour just for you, DJ. Good job. So people brought you up, boom, you're now a part of this. So you're Viewer's Choice. I purposely stopped talking about you, and look what happened. You crashed out. You tried to say that I couldn't go without talking about you. No. Not at all. I don't need to talk about you. You need to talk about me. The only consistent thing he is with lying and gambling, for sure. Those are the 2 guarantees in his life. Oh, and also 3 things. Cheeseburgers from McDonald's. He'll get those. Like, you were the one coming up, DJ, every live saying you can't eat. You're the one coming up every live saying that you have your streamer consciousness is all gone. You're down bad. You're broke. You lost all this stuff. You cried victim. You whan. And now I have to go and be the nice person and stop talking about you because you made it not fun. So you're trying to say that I'm a horrible person? No, DJ, you continue talking about me when I've been asking you to stop talking about me for years. And you still talk about me. But you say you weren't going to stop. When I stopped talking about you is when you wanted to start, DJ, that you're playing the game all wrong. You're not playing the 4D chess you're thinking. You're playing checkers, bro. I already kinged myself 10 times. I run the whole board. You got that one little checker and you're still going left to right trying to get to the thing so you can get king, but I'm just playing with you right now. You know he's not going good to stop, and he's still going to talk about you. I know he's not going to listen. But that's the whole thing about it. He had the self-reflection after the fact. Oh, I should have done this. I should have ran with it, and we do. He said disrespect. It should have been we say something and then I rebuttal, and then he say something and I rebuttal. He didn't do any of that. I brought up a whole bunch of stuff that he could not freaking argue against, and then he waited until it was done, and then he's like, "Oh, we'll do Q&As, and I'll explain it away." Why are you trying to explain it away? Where's the? Oh, here's the transactions from that account. That day, that very day, here's the transactions from that account. You didn't show anything. You showed a very small text, right? You didn't show your Bovadas being shut down. You didn't show that email that it said it was shut down. Okay. You didn't show like all the other ones that was shut down. They confiscated the things. You didn't show any of those emails. Where's those emails? What's up, Jinx? Where are those emails, DJ? Yeah. He lies. He's a pathological liar. Like you have admitted on various lives that you fabricate stories for content. You are not debunking any of these things. You know what, DJ? I got something to ask you. How come you spent a week in California and Cali Girl paid for all of it, and she only saw you for 1 to 2 hours a night every time? If I had flew out my significant other to a place and I hadn't seen them in almost a year, I would be in that hotel with you every night and every day. Which lends to this thought, guys. CG's parents don't know she's seeing DJ. It's all done in secret. That's what I got out of that. They don't think I'm like I'm a logical thinker. I'm gonna bring up some stuff that makes sense. Didn't even stay at the hotel. If I pay for all that, you think I'm going to go ahead and let you just drive around in that rental? Think I'm just going to let you just do Spark all day and not see me for like an hour or 2 hours? It throws me off to think that all the things that you say you debunked, you didn't. You made more questions. You raised more questions than you have solved anything. How come CG doesn't type in the chat anymore? Why does CG send you text messages? Why hasn't she shown up in any of the panels? Ever since that thing happened with the stuff in December, CG has not shown up on any of your chats. She hasn't shown up in any of your panels. She only gets texts. She sends messages to your private phone. And she'll tell you, don't say I'm on the phone. DJ, that's not a person that wants their privacy. That's a person who doesn't want the parents to know that you're talking to her. Which means it leads credence to what I've been saying. There's something going on. And you're being treated as the side John there, DJ. Like, Cali Girl's married, and she only sees you at night for certain hours of the day, but she don't stay overnight. You're the side piece. And the thing, Bobby, I'm not just saying that. BVaz and the other person have the original text you sent me back. Yep, you skipped over the threatening ones to me. Yep. Yeah. He gaslights himself is unhealthy. He creates his own reality as different from ours. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The text messages that were sent out to Holly, he skipped over completely. And the ones that don't make sense is the ones that came from CG. Because they write very much like how you write. DJ, like why is CG writing like how you write? One sentence at a time in repetition. I think you texted yourself. Like, why don't you show a whole screenshot of that conversation with you and CG? Why aren't you showing the whole entire screen? Why'd you crop it and just send those two little things? I'm thinking you're using one phone to text the other and you're making it look like it's her. So all I did now, DJ, is the stuff you shared publicly. Okay. I created a whole nother firestorm for you because I'm asking questions that should have been asked by everybody else that's ever been up there in that panel. And you have no answer for it. Why? My first question is always going to be, why are you doing DoorDash and stuff and you're in California? You're supposed to be with Cali Girl. That don't make any sense. Why are you saying, oh, she's going to go to work? Bro, she gets PTO. Why isn't she spending the whole entire week with you? My theory is she's not allowed to. She's watching you. She's with you on a sneak tip, like you're the side piece, bro. You're her naughty little thing. You're her no-no. You're her sneaky link. It don't look good for you. Exactly. The funny thing is, it only proves about dad being mad. Exactly. He needs the money. He's broke. Yeah, I understand, Burton. I understand. Yeah. Why in all those times you was live and you went to see Cali Girl, why ain't you showing her that you two are together in public? Why ain't you take a photo? Why ain't you, like, you love to be all in the public eye? Where's the photo of you and CG together in public? As proof that you went to see her. Yeah, we went to Cali and didn't stay with her. No, he didn't. Yo, dude, he was live for about 12 to 14 hours that whole week. It was always, I'm going to see Cali Girl at 5. Oh, I'm going to see Cali Girl at like 6. Oh, Cali Girl just got out and I'm going to go see her now. Like, why didn't she take off? Because I bet the parents are checking up on her, watching her every move, and she probably has to be sneaky and lying so she can get a couple of hours with the guy. Like some teenager type shit. But it also adds to the notion of, you probably did something, DJ, and the parents don't want you around because of it. So did DJ come to Cali to talk to CG about dad? What happened? I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know why all of a sudden he just flew over there last minute, no thoughts or anything. He didn't even go to the concert with Cali Girl because they couldn't find parking because DJ doesn't know what fucking timeliness is, and to know to go to places early so you can get a good parking. Dude, concerts, especially if it's an OG R&B group like Jodeci, even though they kind of lost all their flair over the years, is not as impactful as Boyz II Men getting back together. Yeah, Jim, we got that going. Like, you, like, go late to a spot and you expect there to be parking? Are you kidding me? And then you say you sat around and you had to park illegally? Like, you're outing yourself right now. Just to go and spend 15 minutes to watching the Jodeci? Those shows are 90 minutes. She only saw 45 minutes. Like, what kind of boyfriend are you? The heck? Yeah, they went, but they only went for 15 minutes. Like, DJ only went for 15 minutes. Kyler Girl only went for 45. These are the things that came out of his mouth. I'm not saying anything new. I'm saying that I'm regurgitating what he's saying. CG lives in Cali and she knows she has to get there early. I think they were fighting and were late. Yeah. Betty didn't show up with flowers either. It was shit. T-Page is a great guy. Nah, he's a terrible boyfriend. He sucks. Pay to play. Must have gotten his bedroom time each night. Nah, I don't think so. I don't think so, Jim. I don't think so. He said he only got that once, and he hasn't done anything ever since. Because, like, let's say this: if I flew somebody out and I paid for the whole entire experience, and like I went to work every day, I'd be an a-hole. All right, I'd be the a-hole because I ain't seen you in a year, and then I'm like, nah, I'm gonna go to work. No, you take the time off. You spend every freaking minute with the person. It just, I'd be asking freaking questions. I'd be like, wait, whoa, why are you going to work? Why don't you take the day off? Chill with me. CG should be like, sipping ain't easy. For real. There's too many questions were being asked when I saw all that. I was just like, that don't make sense. If I'm flying somewhere to see no one else is seeing me the whole time, that's what I'm saying, Collie. And that's coming from a lady, bruh. This shit don't make sense. And yet, like, and then it's my fault, guys? Like, I'm the fall guy on all this? Come on now. In his own words, he lasted 3 seconds. So you know what? Yeah. It don't make sense, man. I had way more questions about that whole time in California than answers. No CG on any of the lives. No CG anytime during the day. During the day, guys, daylight hours, there was no CG at all. Yeah, he's going to go live to debunk by word salad. What are you going to do? Are you going to show pictures of you outside with Cali Girl at 8 a.m.? You know, have like an 8 a.m. sketch on there and like you two holding hands like this? It's 8 a.m. You just made yourself more of a freaking person to ridicule now. You made it easier. We already were making jokes on you. Now we have even more jokes to make on you. It's already posted. Here comes the anger stream. Oh, that's funny. He's like, sketch it's like. DJ, as your employer, I approve your time to work in the next few minutes. Let me stamp it. There you go. You're approved to work. Don't worry, guys. I cleared it. I cleared his timesheet. He's checking in. Okay. As his boss, his employer, making sure he goes live and does what he says he's going to do, which is talk about people and circle talk, and then go over the life story of me and what I've done to him and like how I am the worst thing ever, and he wanted to hurt himself because of me, and he's gonna cry now because I'm gonna cry now because I lost $20,000 because of him. Like, dude, get over it. Your choices made these things happen to you. I didn't do that to you. I can talk about new stuff. You can't, Because anytime you look at a topic or something, you have to revert it back to yourself and how it affects your life. Like you somehow put the Mr. Tender, whatever his name is, tenderism, you somehow kind of looped it into what's happening in your life. Like how does that make sense? Whatever's happening to that person has no bearing on you at all, but somehow you looped it in that you're having the same thing as this person. What? Jumanji going through the stuff he went through, you looped it into like same things happening to me. Like what? No. Don't forget about us whites in chat. It's our fault for being white. Yeah. Anybody with a lack of melanoma on their, or was it? Is it not melanoma? Melanin. A lack of melanin on their skin are the people that are in trouble. Such a weird guy. He tries to surround himself with an echo chamber. Yeah. He talks to people like-minded. No, they have no aspiration, no drive. Like the dude woke up late. Millionaires don't wake up at freaking 4 p.m. Millionaires do not wake up after the time that they said they're going to wake up. All right. You want to be a millionaire, you said. There's no way. You haven't done enough to be a millionaire. OG used to be part of that. Yeah. OG just said it's not for him, and he walked away. OG's more focused on what he's doing. He's on Twitch. Like, you want to be a millionaire, but you don't even have a millionaire's mentality. A millionaire's mentality there, DJ. Stop buying name brand shit. You know, stop buying Nike. Buy Walmart, Target fucking clothes, bro. Buy stuff on discount. Buy stuff from the thrift store. Then repurpose that extra cash to other things. Invest in yourself. Invest in things. Make the money grow and work for you. And you're not doing that. Yeah, stop having two phones. You're wasting money. Why do you need two phones? You're not doing gig work. Anytime you do like one order in Spark and you're complaining, and then you just turn it off. You do one order on DoorDash, you get tipped $1, walk through rain, and then you complain. The average millionaire drives a 10-year-old Toyota Camry. Yeah. One, because they're reliable. Two, because you blend in and no one knows who you are. Exactly. He thinks higher quality video will make his content better. No, more like a waste of time. Exactly. So look, what did I do? Right? I got rid of the Amazing series, right? And what I do, I completely reworked my entire setup. Does this look like the Amazing series setup, or does this look like something else that we're trying to do different, right? Yeah. Animations are different. We got different emojis, right? We added emojis to the thing. We have transitions that are different. Look. DJ can't do this, can he? DJ can't. Look at this beautiful background, right? He can't do this. He don't have it in him. Millionaire stuff for older folks. Yeah, I get your point. This is a good observation of younger millionaires to be drive decent cars. Well, Jim, if you're trying to become one, you have to reduce your spending in order to increase your gains, right? As soon as he gets the cash, it's gone. DJ paid off his $20,000 debt, he says, in like 4 months. Fine and dandy, DJ, you paid off some debt. But you created more debt trying to pay off that debt. Because you decided to leave a place to then move into another place, but at the same time, you said you're going to pay for another place for an additional 3 months when you moved into the new place. So you're responsible for 2 other things. Not only that, any extra cash that you had went right back into the sports book. You didn't have a savings because what you treated as a savings was your sports book, and the sports book got shut down. You say you can't even keep money in a bank account. Why? That's not my fault. You can't keep money in a bank account. It's your own lack of preparation and secrecy for your own personal information. You show your stuff to the public, DJ. You say you're a public figure. I'm going to show everything. I'm show my life. No, you ain't got to show everybody everything. Nobody needs to see every waking moment of your day. No one cares. When you're live, all people care about is the locale presence that you have. The crash outs, all right? That's all they care about. And you bringing up my name. Those are the 2 things that they care about. Other than that, you have no content. You couldn't even get a rub off of K, DJ. And K's got a movement. All you did was get her people's upset at you. Like, her supporters are mad at you now. You can't show up over there no more. You'll probably get banned on K's channel showing up. Just so you know. You ain't friendly to people. You call her op. You call K an op for what? Donating to me? Why? So what? Why does that hurt you so much? Why does that hurt you so much? And you're right, Scott, it did. Why does that bother you so much that Kay donated to me? You understand that I gave time to actually research some stuff and help Kay do things that you don't know how to do? It did more than just the channel stuff. Okay, when Kay's channel got hacked, I was like, oh, snap, that's not good. And I immediately went to disaster recovery mode for Kay and was like, okay, we're going to get this taken care of. Let's figure this out. Went right into this thing and was able to get the count back. That's fine. But that's just one of many things that was done. And Kay wanted to give me some type of compensation for it. And I said, no, I don't want it. Unlike you, DJ, you'll take anything because you're greedy. I don't need the cash, bro. People donate to me because they want to. They're not obligated to do it. People have given to here because they really enjoy what's being created here and the movement that we're making together. Kay is not transgender, Jim. Kay is a male that dresses in drag. Kay's a sweet individual. If we stop hate watching him, he would lose his check. Yeah, and he wouldn't get pennies. Exactly. Yeah, DJ fumbled the bag with Kay. It was a perfect networking opportunity and leave him behind the scenes. Yeah. Yep. He's going to ruin that channel. Yeah, run the channel for the next 10 years. Yep. Yep, DJ could have learned something. Exactly. Kay approached me while this amazing series was starting. It was like, what's going on? Like, what's the next plan? Because you might be getting steam now, but that steam's not going to stay. And I said, I get you. But right now, this is fun. I'm having a good time. I'm not really thinking about this. It's just for the lulz. But then Kay's like, you're going to get monetized. Now you need to start thinking of it like serious. So I was like, as it got closer, I was like, all right, let's take a serious approach now. Let's see what we could do. Oh, he's live. Oh, cool. That's funny. All right. So we'll end this here. We got to see what's going on over there, right? So you guys take care. I'll see y'all tomorrow at 3 p.m. Don't forget, like, comment, share, subscribe, and you guys have a blessed night. All right.